The Bills gearing up for the Patriots with kickoff coming up at 1 o'clock this Sunday. We got an estimated injury report from the walkthrough practice yesterday. Dawson Knox did not practice due to personal reasons. Terrell Bernard, Joey Bosa, Spencer Brown, and Joshua Palmer were all limited participants. And Cole Bishop and Dalton Kincaid practiced in full. That's your Barnes Firm injury report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres in Vancouver tonight taking on the Canucks. Puck drop is set for 10 o'clock. With all of the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, Raiders quarterback Geno Smith with a shoulder and back injury did not practice yesterday. Rams wide receiver Devontae Adams dealing with a hamstring injury did not practice yesterday. Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison dealing with an Achilles injury was limited in yesterday's practice. And with the Bears, Rome Odunze with his foot injury was a limited participant. In the MLB, another Met signing elsewhere's Pete Alonzo signed a 5-year, $155 million deal with the Baltimore Orioles. And in college football, the University of Michigan fired head coach of the football program, Sharon Moore, for an inappropriate relationship with a staff member, and Moore was later detained by police as a suspect in an alleged assault. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
So what is this now? You have ordered the same meal 4 days in a row for lunch at the same the same place?
Yeah, not only the same place, but like the same location. It's a chain.
Same
but it's
location.
The same location.
And you're just gone every day. And like a minute before we go in there, it's like, I might do it again today.
It's not really at this point a might thing. It's just
you're going to do it again today. The thing I had yesterday was so good. I'm going to do the exact same thing.
And then you just find yourself in a cycle of
you're fixated and then it's over.
Steak sandwiches.
Steak sandwiches.
4 days. This is going to be 4 days in a row, or you're already at
Today
4 days
will be
in a row?
5.
Today will be 5.
Yeah.
Just make it a week.
This is becoming almost like a modern version of the Super Size Me challenge, where he just like, I just want to see what happens.
Should we do a calorie count?
Gosh.
This says, on average,
This is gonna be bad.
1,189 calories.
That's not as bad as I thought it was
Right,
going to
because
be.
I'm going to eat breakfast this morning, and then I don't really eat for the rest of the day, and then I eat dinner. I'm feeling good. I've actually never felt better.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. Happy Thursday. That's Nate Geary. He's with me today. He's in today. Joe's out.
Yes, I am.
Nate's in. What's up? You'll be very excited to find out that I have an idea for something we can do today as a community. Ready? Let's convince Nate to get a dog.
Like a puppy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's SPCA Radioathon.
Oh, nice.
The station, WBEN, is down. This is the time of year. And this would also mark, let me do the math in my head here, 18 years ago at an SPCA Radioathon, I got a dog.
Nice.
I was 28. How old are you?
33.
Okay, you're overdue.
Yeah.
Do you have a dog?
I don't.
Yeah, get a dog.
Yeah.
The whole show, nothing, if you're going to complain, you guys are talking about getting a dog, it's all the whole day today.
Sure.
No, we've got lots going on. But I did have the thought, like, why don't you get a dog?
I would be a hard sell for this.
Do you not like dogs?
No, I
or
do.
You're never home?
I'm never home.
Yeah, you golf a lot.
I golf a lot. I'm never home. My apartment's not like the biggest place.
You have to go for walks.
It is my apartment is an incredibly dog-friendly apartment. We have a dog
softened
daycare.
it already. We got him.
We have a dog daycare in the building.
Look at this. We're making progress.
Yeah.
Yeah, the SPCA Radioathon. There are puppies. I was listening on the drive-in, and Susan Rose laid it out like there are puppies here. They're not going to last very long.
Wait. Are there dogs here today?
No, they're at the SPCA. They are broadcasting live from there.
I'll tell you, if there was
a puppy here today,
you could do your best, and I might.
You know, now that we stream, maybe we should be doing it here, and we could say like, look.
Yeah.
You're just holding a puppy
like an auction
and screaming about Bobby Babbitt's adjustments. Right?
This is a second half dog right here.
Right,
this
is
a second half dog.
Today's the SPCA Radioathon, so check them out. It's on WBEN all day, and you can listen in. You can make a donation. I'm a monthly subscriber to the SPCA, probably since I got Hank 18 years ago, and it's the kind of thing where I'm like, oh, yeah, every time it pops up on the credit card, like, oh, that's right. I'm an angel for the animals every single day. So we have a dog. As someone that previously had 4 dogs at one time, which I think made us legally a kennel. I looked into whether or not it was legal.
What the legal definition is?
Yeah, I think in the city you're not allowed to have 4 dogs because I think I looked it up and once I told that to my wife when we were getting the 4th. I said, I'm not sure this is allowed. Anyway, we were expecting 2 of the older dogs to go, and they lasted a little longer. Anyway, I've had 4 dogs at one time. I've had 3, 2, the order. I had 1, then 3, then 4, then 3, then 2, then now 1. We have 1 dog. And there's talk already of we'll get another dog, but I'm thinking in about like a year or 2. We'll go back to a 2-dog family. That'll be the plan. Joe Callie, you guys got a dog?
Yes.
Dog?
Yeah.
Owen, I know you guys you got a dog.
Fred.
What are you doing?
You know Fred.
Everybody knows Fred.
Everybody knows what's up with Fred.
Yes.
Yeah, just think about it.
It's awesome.
I
man.
hadn't thought about it until you
Right
brought it
now?
up today. Yeah.
And already you're softening. All right.
Here we go.
8030550. Reasons Nate should get a dog. What if you trained it well enough to walk with you on the golf course? Track your ball.
Would need that.
Yeah,
I think I'd need that. Yeah.
Well, anyway, it's the SPCA Radioathon. You can listen to News Radio 930 WBEN. You can, if you're thinking about a puppy, they've got puppies. When I got Hank 18 years ago, I was just going to say hi to people from work. It's kind of like what you're saying. If there was a puppy here in the room, you might be convinced. That was me. I was just there saying hello. Like, oh yeah. Look at this guy. All right, fine. And then, 14 years of a commitment, and he was a great dog. So anyway. Joe Marino today, 7 o'clock. Ben Volin of the Boston Globe at 7:30. And Sal Capaccio at 8 to let us know what's going on with the Bills, the injury reports, all that good stuff, who's trending in the right direction. And, of course, Bills, Patriots coming your way, 1 o'clock Sunday. There's also news around the sports world. There's some weird stuff going on. The Michigan coach is in protective custody and fired and arrested in inappropriate relationships, and it's a very, very, salacious story, I would say. You got that going on. Thursday Night Football tonight, the Falcons and the Bucs. Mike Evans is off IR and maybe ready to return, as is Jalen McMillan, which the Bucs need.
Kind of crunch time for them right now.
The Bucs have really, their passing game has kind of fallen apart.
Yep.
And
their defense has fallen apart.
Yeah. So they're 7-6. They could still, of course, be fine. But, they've got a home game tonight against the Falcons, so that's Thursday Night Football. The Sabres and their Western Conference swing, that continues, and on we go. So, with that, good morning. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. How you feeling about Bills Patriots? How's everybody feeling today? Feeling good? Mike Vrabel 6-0 as a Titans coach off the bye. New England gets it off the bye. They are underdogs. The Patriots are underdogs in this game. I saw Stefon Diggs was asked about that. Did you see this clip?
I did.
Okay. It's funny. If you haven't seen the clip, I'll tell you the short version of it. I picture when you've got your Bills fans that are a little bit all over the map on how they feel about Diggs.
Yep.
Some of them, me, I'm in this camp, really appreciate what he did here. No ill will, really, and think he's a hell of a player and remember the time fondly until the breakup, which happened, and that happened. Then we had a caller yesterday that said they hope they get to see the Bills beat the Patriots in the AFC Championship game so Diggs can watch the confetti fall with his heart breaking again. So some want him to experience pain.
Sure.
I picture, I'm scrolling Twitter, I see Stefon Diggs' one-word reaction to hearing that the Patriots are underdogs.
Right.
I picture a lot of people going, oh yeah, let me click this. I'm going to get mad. I can't wait to get mad.
And then there was kind of...
And I watched it, and his answer was, good.
Yeah.
It's like, honestly, that's good for us.
Yeah.
It's almost like this team should probably be underdogs. We have that's a better mentality for a team that's not won the division in a while, and the champs are coming in.
Did you see what Vrabel said
about point spreads?
Yes.
He said he started talking about odds makers.
Yeah, he goes, who are the people you're talking about?
Yeah,
Odds makers.
Odds
right.
makers.
Yeah.
Odds makers.
Who cares?
And he said we see that all the time.
Yeah.
You see teams that are underdogs win all the time. Vrabel, I think. Vrabel's got his head on straight. I think he's a good CEO of a team.
Me too.
And whatever. I don't know if I've always liked him. Probably not. I just think
I've always thought he was a good coach.
There's a history of overachieving for him, and here's another year where they're probably overachieving. Yes, his team's overachieved.
Yeah.
So
I will say though, in previous overachieving years, his quarterback's better than Tannehill. I mean, the quarterback that he had was incredibly limited.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, obviously, prime Derrick Henry and a really good defense that kind of carried his teams. But, this is this is a good situation for him. He's got a legitimate franchise quarterback and a very young roster that's overachieving.
Yep. And they've got room to grow from here.
No doubt.
We'll see if this is their year to take down the AFC East. Maybe this ends up being like the Dolphins won it once amidst the Patriots winning 10 in a row and then 10 in a row. It's like, oh, yeah, remember that Dolphins year when they ran the Wildcat?
That was also ACL year for Brady, no?
That's right. Yes, it was.
That was ACL year for Brady.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
So, the Patriots had all those wins and then one little, pop up in the middle. We could see the Patriots win it this year and the Bills win the next 5. Or you could see the Patriots win the next 5. Who knows? Like that's the fun. That's what we're here for. So if you have a thought on the game or the matchup, 803-0550 is our phone number and 1-888-550-2550. One thing I was thinking about driving in was the defense as a whole. And whether or not we are I've brought up the point a lot, Nate, about Sean McDermott, the job he's done this year, and whether or not we should be satisfied with what we're seeing from the defense. Because my answer to that is yes. Kind of yes. And the playoffs will, of course, define it fully. But with this Bills team, Josh Allen can carry the offense, right? Undisputed. He can carry the offense. He does it all the time. They've got a good run game. They've got lots going on there. They've got a good tight end. Their receivers come up in spots for them right now. But Allen can carry the offense. And the question really comes down to, can he carry the defense? Can he do that too? Because the defense has its troubles, but at the same time, I don't know, I feel like I'm getting results. I'm getting the results I need. Big plays here and there. And as players start to come back, we're probably going to up our expectation for what we could get from that defense. But, they're in a good spot. And I'm still sitting here thinking McDermott has done a good job, even after a game where they gave up 3 touchdowns on 3 drives to open up against Joe Burrow. They're getting it done. They're getting it done. And as they get healthier, I just wonder if it'll transform to the point where we feel that side, that's a Super Bowl caliber, that's a good enough defense. My read is it probably gets closer to good enough.
That's where I'll be. I don't think that they're ever going to be
Houston this year.
No, I'm hoping. I think the Bills with Josh Allen can win a Super Bowl with like the 17th best defense that gets hot at something, right? Turnovers, right? Like short of last week, the Bills really haven't had the same juice turning the football over like they did last year. Like part of last year wasn't just that the offense had historical turnover numbers and sack numbers and negative plays, right? Like 8 fumbles and interceptions combined last year.
Yep.
Historical. But on the other side of the ball, they may not have had a historical time turning the football over, but it was at a high enough frequency where because of how little they were turning the football over on offense, any turnover defensively created such a margin for error for the opponent. And I think if the Bills can get back to a little bit more of that, you heard Josh Allen talk about this week, he's like, we're pretty good if we don't turn the football over. And that's right. And I think this offense can get away with turning the football over once. But this offense, in any offense in the NFL, you're going to have a really tough time turning the football over 3 times and not getting turnovers defensively and winning football games in the NFL. And I think you go back to week 5 and when the Bills lost to the Patriots, they lose by 3 and they have 3 turnovers in that game. And, that's ultimately to me the difference. And I know turnovers end up being a super cliche talking point, right? Can't win games, you turn the football over. But there is some truth to that. And you can overcome turnovers. And this team and this quarterback are as capable as anybody to overcome them. But it would be nice for them over this next stretch of games and into the playoffs if they're not having to fight themselves, right? And did you see the stat at home versus away on third down defense?
For the Bills? I've not seen this.
Away, they're the number 1 defense on third down. At home, they're 32nd.
Wow.
Giving up 51% of third down conversions at home compared to the road.
How much of that is quality of opponent?
I don't know. It's insane to me.
It's first and 32nd.
That's insane to me.
Because when the schedule came out, we thought, all the hard games are at home.
Yes.
Right? Kansas City, Baltimore, Cincinnati, and Philadelphia.
Yep. I also, this week, watching some of the shows this week, and I think the Bengals are thought of, especially with Joe Burrow, as a very good football team, even though their defense is historically bad.
Yep.
Beating them last week and how they beat them, giving up 34 points, watching that Bengals offense, I don't put a lot of stock in what the Bills did defensively against that team, and as an indictment of who they are, who they can be moving forward.
Okay.
That was that was the best passing attack they're going to face all year. There isn't a passing attack nearly as lethal that they'll potentially face in the playoffs. And I just want to acknowledge that, like, although it's not really a well-formed and built football team, that is the modern-day best passing offense you can play. And I thought the Bills did a good enough job to win the game, and they did. I just don't know. I'm not taking that as an indictment of, like, hey, how the conversations were after the Ravens game, where, this defense looks really bad.
Right.
Really bad. I don't know that I want to come away with that after that Bengals game, considering, the 2 turnovers back-to-back, the stop we probably don't talk about, which is the stop at the end of the first half, which essentially kept them in the football game.
Yep.
They don't force that punt before the end of the first half, that game's over. I know that they came back from crazy, but that game's over if the Bengals score again before the half.
Right. It's either 24-11 or
28-11. Good luck.
That would have been tough.
Good luck.
For sure.
So, they made important stops in that game. And, Cole Bishop goes out at the end of that game with cramps. He doesn't return. They're going to get a little healthy here. We'll see. Ed Oliver, the videos are looking pretty
Watching
promising.
him run full speed. And
looking pretty promising.
do push-ups.
So,
that's where we're at.
They need him back.
It's like, hey, Ed's doing push-ups. All right, let's go. McDermott did pretty much rule him out until the playoffs, though, right?
Yeah.
He's not going to be ready for the regular season. So
I don't think they should try, even if he was.
Sure.
But I think it's huge for them. I think he is their one true game changer, because I think there's a domino effect when Ed Oliver's in the game. Because of the pressure he can generate up the middle, it creates less focus on the edges. That means more opportunity for Gregory Rousseau, who's in right now the throes of a lot of criticism from this fan base. Like seeing tweet yesterday, like, was it a mistake to sign Gregory Rousseau? No, I don't think it was. He's like the 25th highest paid defensive end in football, and in 2 years it'll be like the 40th highest paid. He's good for what he is. He's a middle-of-the-road player. They need more from him.
Yep.
And Ed Oliver, I think, can help get more from Gregory Rousseau.
Right, Oliver is basically like their
he's their Milton Williams.
I was just going to say, like, their entire strategy wrapped up into one guy.
Yeah.
Like, this is what your defensive line is supposed to do in the middle.
Right.
It's what they like their defensive linemen to do. And if Oliver can, he played, 2.5 games?
Yeah.
And he was incredible in those 2.5 games.
Does he still lead them in sacks?
He's second.
Okay.
He's second on the team in sacks. Which is nuts, right?
Yes.
Bosa leads them, and Oliver's tied for second.
Yeah.
So Oliver back, Bosa back. That'd be big. Their pass rush, before the injury to Bosa that took him out last game, their pass rush had really dried up. And I saw something, Brett Coleman of Bootleg Fantasy Podcast or whatever, I forget where Brett Coleman is, Underdog as well, that the upcoming edge class in the draft is unbelievably good.
Good.
So lock it in, 32nd pick. Maybe 30th, whatever. We'll see what it
No, I like 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
That works for me.
Yeah, edge early.
Yeah, don't hedge on that. I like
no,
30
that's
seconds.
right. That's right. Because they're going to want to get younger in that position. Anyway, that's a digression. 803-0550. How you feeling about it? This is the first time the division has been in doubt since Week 18 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Where the Bills have a game to win it. The Dolphins also had a game to win it. One thing I do think about this whole chasing down the Patriots, if the Bills win this game, and then in Week 18, the Patriots lose to Miami, which I think is possible.
Totally possible.
Totally possible. Miami is running the ball at an unbelievable level since they fired their GM. And the Patriots are having trouble stopping the run. We'll see if Milton Williams is back for that game. But if the Bills somehow ultimately chase down New England and win the division, Bills fans are going to be so obnoxious. In the best ways.
Insufferable.
It'll be that no one, they could be 0-6 next year. And Bills fans will be like, that's fine.
Don't care.
We're going to come get you anyway.
Yep.
It will be obnoxious, and I think it might be delicious to watch.
Yeah. I also think it's super important for the Bills to win Sunday because I think they need the Patriots caring about Week 18. They need all hands on deck because I don't think I want to do is give the Patriots 2 bye weeks.
Fair. If they could be in the mix for the 1 seed. They could. The other thing about Sunday's game, I keep saying it a lot, is there's a potential silver lining. If they lose, the Bills can build in their own bye week somewhere. because
they are going to have.
You're going
to be able to kind of play for the seed you want to play for.
Yeah,
essentially.
You might be able to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, 803-0550 to join us, and 1-888-550-2550. It is Thursday, and it's icy out there.
It's super icy.
It's really icy out there. Like, if you are someone that walks to work, walks to school, anything like that, I don't know if you were outside walking yesterday, everything was melting into a icy slush, and overnight that all froze. Everything that was wet froze. Every inch of sidewalk I touched this morning was covered in ice. Even neighbors that, have a pretty good routine about, I'm going to salt, I'm going to shovel. Like, it's ice everywhere. Parking lots covered in ice. It's very, very slick out there because there was so much water on the ground yesterday and it all froze. So make a plan accordingly. Like, if you are someone that walks, because it's nice, it might be a day to drive just so you don't fall. And also when you're driving, be safe. So
yeah, if you've got the the car starter, you're gonna want to start that twice this morning. And so that when I got out this morning, it wasn't just that like my entire car was frozen on the outside, but then the windshield wipers really weren't working because give yourself 10-15 this morning.
Yeah, when I pulled the handle open, it had one of those like where it sticks and you hear the ice crunching as you open it.
Yeah.
So it's icy out there.
It's icy.
Be prepared. Be prepared. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-552-550. In the chat, we've got a comment about Bosa being re-signed, which is, do I think Bosa should be re-signed? I think that the Bills should be open to that, but I don't know that it has to happen until, free agency, when that opens, he'll get a deal somewhere. So you might, it's not like you can wait until after the draft for that, but
I think that they've basically been getting a different version of Joey Bosa on a year contract for the past 4 years.
Yeah.
Like Leonard Floyd came in, had 9.5 or 10.5, whatever he had. Then, that's kind of who Von Miller was last year. I think that they can say, I think that they can kind of look at themselves as a team that says, we can find a reclamation project at this position every year and give somebody an opportunity to go get paid their final contract. I don't know that the Bills are going to be in a position to pay Joey Bosa his final contract.
No, the problem you might run into, it's obvious, I don't think it's a terrible idea. His availability, and we'll see where that ultimately ends as he's, dealing with a hamstring issue and maybe can go this week. He has a dead cap number for them next year of 7.2 in dead cap. And that's on a 1-year deal.
Yeah, because that's how you have to sign 1-year deals when you're in your window.
They signed him and gave him 4 void years. So that's how his cap hit got as low as it did. And a $7.2 million dead cap hit, part of what that would mean is if you're going to re-sign him, you're going to restructure / extend. If the deal just ends, this is a question from Mike Giannetti. What I'm getting at is you want to sign him to another 12 to 15?
Yeah.
And he's played well enough to probably get a little bit of a bump if he's healthy. And committing that, it's kind of like Tre'Davious White. I've got the dead cap number and his contract as one, and I know they're separate, but I wonder about Bosa. When they signed that deal, I thought, if things go well, he's a very good candidate to get extended because, hey, we're already committed to 7.2 next year.
Yep.
If we redo this, the cap hits will be bigger, but whatever.
I think he does really like it here.
Yeah.
He has said many times, he really does like it here.
I think so, too. When you're that age, do you hit the open market and find a spot as soon as possible, or do you wait post-draft to see who didn't get what they wanted?
Yeah.
Like sometimes with older players, that's how it goes. Hey, you're now in the group of players that waits until after the draft to find out who really needs your help, and you can still, get some pretty good money at that point. So Bosa's interesting for that. I would have thought 2 months ago, yes, it's a good idea, and right now it probably still is a reasonable idea, but the injuries would concern me because he's been hurt all the time.
Yeah.
And he's picked up a hand injury, a wrist injury, and a hamstring issue that he's still not fully back from. So
I also think there are 5 Joey Bosas available next year.
Sure.
Right? I mean, Trey Hendrickson's going to be a free agent, Khalil Mack, Hassan Reddick.
Trey Hendrickson's going to be a little more expensive, though.
Yeah, he'll be a little bit more expensive. I agree with that. But, they're going to be veterans that this team, even like the Chasen kid in New England, who basically has done nothing his entire career and is having a huge year, he's probably going to get paid next year. So, yeah, I would tell you that I think your point about them already being on the hook for some money next year because of the void years probably gives them a little bit more incentive to find a way forward with
If
him.
they
But
could do it, yeah.
Like what's a term on that? 2 years? Like I can't imagine I don't think the Bills are signing up for 4 or 5 years of Joey Bosa at this point.
He's 30.
He is 30.
I mean, he'll have years left. Probably 2 to 3.
Would think.
Maybe.
Yeah.
803-0550. Thanks for the comment in the chat. You can always jump in. Stream us on YouTube. Make a comment. And, look at that. We're just, taking your comments, your questions. So good morning to everybody in the bullpen there in our YouTube chat. Jump in there if you'd like and subscribe on YouTube. Or just, listen traditionally and give us a ring. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. The Patriots and the Bills, Sunday, 1 o'clock, and we will all decide how seriously to take them as a long-term challenger, or maybe that's already been decided because of the quarterback and the coach and what they've done in 1 year. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today. Nate Geary is in. Joe Marino coming up top of the hour here on WGR. Jeremy White here for one thing I was thinking about driving in was the defense as a whole. And whether or not we are, I've brought up the point a lot, Nate, about Sean McDermott, the job he's done this year, and whether or not we should be satisfied with what we're seeing from the defense. Because my answer to that is yes. Kind of yes. And the playoffs will, of course, define it fully. But with this Bills team, Josh Allen can carry the offense, right? Undisputed. He can carry the offense. He does it all the time. They've got a good run game. They've got lots going on there. They've got a good tight end. Their receivers come up in spots for them right now. But Allen can carry the offense. And the question really comes down to, can he carry the defense? Can he do that too? Because the defense has its troubles, but at the same time, I don't know, I feel like I'm getting results. I'm getting the results I need. Big plays here and there. And as players start to come back, we're probably going to up our expectation for what we could get from that defense. But, they're in a good spot. And I'm still sitting here thinking McDermott has done a good job, even after a game where they gave up 3 touchdowns on 3 drives to open up against Joe Burrow. They're getting it done. They're getting it done. And as they get healthier, I just wonder if it'll transform to the point where we feel that side, that's a Super Bowl caliber, that's a good enough defense. My read is it probably gets closer to good enough.
That's where I'll be. I don't think that they're ever going to be
Houston this year.
No, I'm hoping. I think the Bills with Josh Allen can win a Super Bowl with like the 17th best defense that gets hot at something, right? Turnovers. I also this week watching some of the shows this week, and I think the Bengals are thought of, especially with Joe Burrow, as a very good football team, even though their defense is historically bad.
Yep.
beating them last week and how they beat them, giving up 34 points, watching that Bengals offense, I don't put a lot of stock in what the Bills did defensively against that team and as an indictment of who they are, who they can be moving forward.
Okay.
That was the best passing attack they're going to face all year. There isn't a passing attack nearly as lethal that they'll potentially face in the playoffs. And I just want to acknowledge that, although it's not really a well-formed and built football team, that is the modern-day best passing offense you can play. And I thought the Bills did a good enough job to win the game, and they did. I just don't know. I'm not taking that as an indictment of hey, a couple, how the conversations were after the Ravens game, where, this defense looks really bad.
Right.
Really bad. I don't know that I want to come away with that after that Bengals game, considering, the 2 turnovers back-to-back, the stop we probably don't talk about, which is the stop at the end of the first half, which essentially kept them in the football game.
Yep.
They don't force that punt before the end of the first half, that game's over. I know that they came back from crazy, but that game's over if the Bengals score again before the half.
Right. It's either 24-11 or
28-11.
28-11.
Good luck.
That would have been tough.
Good luck.
For sure.
So, they made important stops in that game.
Bills gearing up for their bout with the New England Patriots, kicking off at 1 o'clock this Sunday. We got an estimated injury report from the walkthrough practice yesterday. Dawson Knox did not practice due to personal reasons. Terrell Bernard, Joey Bosa, Spencer Brown, and Joshua Palmer were all limited, and Cole Bishop and Dalton Kincaid practiced in full. That's your Barnes Firm injury report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres in Vancouver tonight, taking on the Canucks. Puck drop is set for 10 o'clock, with all the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. In the MLB, another Met signing elsewhere is Pete Alonzo signed a 5-year, $155 million deal with the Baltimore Orioles. And in college football, the University of Michigan fired head coach Sharon Moore for an inappropriate relationship with a staff member, and Moore was later detained by police as a suspect in an alleged assault. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
An update on Darius Slay?
No. If there is, I don't have it. So that's more of a Brandon question.
Mike Tomlin has that saying, I want volunteers, not hostages. Does there come a point where if he's not showed up, you'd rather he not?
You talking about Darius Slay? Yeah, I'm not going to answer questions about Darius Slay. Respectfully, that's a question for Brandon. I'm focused on our current team and this game this week.
Sean McDermott yesterday, when asked about Darius Slay, raise your hand if you forgot about Darius Slay. Put my hand up. I forgot.
Can you forget about something you didn't really think about? I'm just kidding. Obviously, I did. I did forget about it.
So credit the media members there that asking questions. I think it was Tim Graham asking the second question about the Tomlin quote, volunteers, not hostages. Hand up, I forgot. McDermott's update, if there is, I don't have it. That's a Brandon question. Good morning, by the way. Jeremy and Joe, Jeremy White. Nate Geary is in for Joe today. Can I ask everyone, can we do two things at one time?
I think it's possible.
We're going to do two things at one time. Okay, ready? And one thing we're going to do is appreciate The Bills are awesome. Josh Allen's awesome. They make life fun. We love the Bills. They're successful. Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott win together all the time with Josh Allen. They put together a good franchise, top-class franchise in the NFL, and they could win the Super Bowl in the right scenario this year. They might be favorites to make it out of the AFC. They got a big game this weekend. Life's good. Things are good. Can we do something else over here in column B? Or
Sure.
Second
on each shoulder.
Yeah.
Sure.
So we're doing two things. That's number one. Number two is, do the coach and the GM speak to each other?
It's a fair question.
It's kind of funny. Like,
It's a fair question.
if there is, I don't have it. All right.
They typically speak together once at the end of the season.
Okay, that's definitely together and not separate.
I don't remember last year, but I do remember and the draft.
I don't know how often they really are ever see. They do their own media tours. They're here and here and here and here. It's just kind of funny. Like, it's just this.
Yeah.
One thing I like to do about McDermott and Beane, who I think have both done a pretty good job over their tenure here with the Bills. The number of Bills fans that think that the GM just does whatever the coach wants. Because I don't know if they're just mad at the coach for 13 seconds for a while ago. If you're still mad about that, I understand. Plenty of people still are. There are a lot of people that are mad at McDermott, and they just think that every mistake the organization makes
is his fault,
or every misstep is because he told Brandon Beane to do that. Like, he's the reason they drafted all defenses here. He's the reason, X, Y, Z. And I don't think that is correct. I think, in a very non-controversial way, I'm just saying as kind of plainly as I can, do they work together on things? Sure. Sean McDermott has kind of laid out the process of the draft, and then he calls the draft Brandon Beane's hit. That's his stage.
Yeah.
Like, that's what he does. They would, of course, like, consult and work together and like, I like this player, I like this guy's man. But the GM GMs and the coach coaches.
Yep.
And the
separation of powers.
Right. And the whether or not they agree on everything, I wouldn't expect every coach and every GM around the NFL to agree on everything. I think there would be a normal amount of, I like this, we should do this. We've seen and heard reports of McDermott and people on his own staff disagreeing, right? Brian Dable famously and McDermott clashed or whatever. So I'm not really here to say anything other than they do each do their own job. Mm-hmm. And yesterday when he said that's a Brandon question, like, all right, that is fair to say that's a question for the GM. But I just kind of was taken by, if there is an update, I don't have it. He either hasn't asked, it hasn't come up, or they just don't talk.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe there's no update because Slay's latest to the Bills was, I'm going to think about it for a while, and now he's just like hanging out at his kids' football games.
Yeah, and I can't imagine Sean McDermott, of all people, taking to like a player that hasn't been in this organization sort of dictating the terms of engagement. I can't imagine that sits well with Sean McDermott. Like, that doesn't scream to me process guy.
Maybe.
Like, and I don't imagine.
I mean, you went out and tried to get like a hired gun for 7 weeks.
Yeah.
That's not the process either. It's
not.
That's a veteran, which I think when you lay out why they might want this player, it could make sense. It's a little different than things they've done in the past. It's a veteran. We're going to go to the playoffs. Let's get somebody that's been through stuff.
In case.
Yeah.
Whatever happens.
But to be shocked that he said no, I don't think it should be the least bit shocking, just because you don't have to necessarily take it personally. It's whatever. We went through it last week. I had forgotten about it, and then I thought yesterday during that clip that his I'm not answering any questions. That's a question for Brandon. I don't have an update. I thought it was kind of just funny. Do they speak?
He definitely doesn't want to talk about Darius Slay. I mean, and I guess I don't know why he would want to, but I still think he just sounds like a guy that's salty about Jamarcus Ingram, who, by the way.
What?
Could have probably used him on Sunday to put somebody bigger out there in the dime roll.
Instead of Cam Lewis?
Cam Lewis was getting...
Ingram's whatever.
He's a bigger body.
He's physical.
And he's
definitely physical.
And he's, Cam Lewis is small players, 5'9", 5'10". And Jamarcus Ingram is a 6 foot longer, can play outside, can play inside. They probably could have used him, is all I'm saying.
So what you're saying is...
It would have been nice to be able to go to somebody else if they had to.
If he was mad about it before, this game had him even madder.
I might argue that.
Maybe.
Yeah.
803-0550. We'll get some calls in here. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, top of the hour, rescheduled from yesterday. Paul in Akron is first up this morning. Good morning, Paul.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just wanted to talk about our defense, and I'm not sure if Sean ever learned his lesson, because I was at the last New England game, and I'm sitting in my seats, and I was just like, when we scored and at the end of the game in the fourth quarter, we left like a minute something on the clock. I just was like, we're going to lose. I was like, we just left too much time on the clock. I think we need to try to win the game by not giving just a couple more runs, something. Don't score and give them too much time on the clock. All they needed was a field goal. You can't, when you're playing certain teams, maybe you can do that. When you're playing Mahomes, when you're playing Lamar, when you're playing good quarterbacks, and the Patriots is one of them. You just can't give them a minute something, and all they need is a field goal at the end of the game. It's too easy to. Just chuck the ball down the field and the pass interference at the 40, 35-yard line, and your game's over. I just think we need to play a little bit smarter like that, and I'm hoping Sean learned his lesson. And is Bosa back and Oliver for this game? And I'm not sure if they played last game. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, Bosa
I would know that.
Thanks, Paul. Bosa, we don't know. Oliver will not be back until much later. To this point, I got to be honest, Paul, I had not thought about this or gone back to review how that game ended about leaving New England too much time. And all right, everybody, you want to go take this little journey? It's not an unfair point. On the Bills' final drive, when they tie New England with a field goal to go 20-20, the Bills get a 1st and 10 at the New England 27 with 2:46 remaining, and then throw 3 straight incompletions and kick.
Yeah.
So you had the ball 1st and 10 at the 27 with 2:46. You use 30 seconds and kick, and New England gets 2 minutes and 17 seconds, where I guess if you wanted to, if they had run the ball once or twice, maybe New England doesn't get a full 2:17. Maybe they get 1:12. Who knows? I think the problem with that is now I'm just saying, if you'd run it a couple times, you're playing conservative. Are you more playing for the field goal? The thing that I notice here is on that 3-play stretch against the Patriots, there's a deep left pass to Keon Coleman. And I can tell you pretty confidently that's something that probably doesn't happen in this spot. The first time these two teams played, what's different? It's one of the things I want to get to with Joe Marino at 7. What's different between these two teams from the first time they played? One of the things that's different is the Bills use Keon Coleman considerably less. They play other guys in that spot. Gabe Davis is on the outside. Brandon Cooks is on this team also, and he's on the outside. So instead of Coleman being your leading snap getter, and in that game, what did he do? He had a fumble, and here on the last drive of the game, they're shooting deep shots to Coleman, which rarely work. So maybe the offense with its small tweaks to who's on the outside, that could be different. But you're not wrong to say that in that game, they left too much time on the clock. You could say that. You could also say that instead of scoring a touchdown, they just settled for a field goal. If they have a more efficient, more effective offense in that spot, they could go up 24-20. So, you might like them to kick a field goal with less time and then hope for overtime. But it's a spot where their offense, listen, we've seen that a lot. We've honestly seen it a lot from Josh Allen over the years, where you're down 3 and need a touchdown to take a lead. Sometimes they get it and give up a Hail Mary. And sometimes they get it and give a drive to Mac Jones. And other times they settle for a field goal. And, they're kind of doomed in that spot.
I also, I think that's a perfect example of what I'm now going to coin, McDermott derangement syndrome. How is that? What about that is Sean McDermott? What about that is him not learning? Your offense throws 3 incompletions.
Right.
You're not going for it on 4th and 10.
Right.
So
that's fair. And if they'd run 3 times, I think most people would say McDermott was getting conservative.
Correct. But
right. McDermott derangement syndrome.
I think that's kind of where we get to, where just everything's Sean's fault. And like, please, I'm begging people, don't turn me into. I had to do it last week on postgame. Don't turn me into a Sean McDermott defender. He doesn't need defenders in whatever. But I'm not, I'm not the most level-headed guy when it comes to talking about the Bills. Don't make me seem like the level-headed one, please.
I have noticed that about you. I've noticed that.
When you make me seem level-headed and balanced, you have a problem.
What touchdown was it? When
the
is
28-18 touchdown?
You called it game?
Not only that, but it felt like they had bullied you.
What
in your
was
house,
there's that too.
Yeah.
What was the earliest part of the Cincinnati game that you called the game over? First half? I think you called it over.
I think when they got to when they got to 20. Well, I proclaimed it over after the fumble. It was over after the fumble. But 21-11, and then they don't score
on that long drive.
I think that was probably
game over.
Yeah.
I always appreciate during the week.
Imagine being bored during a Bills game.
Right, true.
During
the week, you've got the Bills as like the unstoppable Monstars.
Yeah.
And then they give up a first drive touchdown. You're like, this is over.
Yeah. They're never. It's like Tiger King.
And I'm the opposite. During the week, I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't see it. I think it's going to be a real tough match, a real tough game. And then into the game, I'm like, well, they're going to win.
Yeah.
I think they're going to win the whole time.
Yeah, no,
I always think they're going to win.
You're annoyingly calm.
That's probably right.
I think you trigger me in your calmness when I see your tweets during the game.
Because I'll be like, there's still like 10 minutes left in this game. And you're like,
and I'm like, there's 10 minutes left in this game.
Yeah. That's right. 803-0550. We'll talk about Bills Patriots, all the things that are different this time. Lots to get to here. It's a icy Thursday. Take some extra time. If you've got those what do you call them? Yak tracks. My wife has yak tracks. It's kind of like snow tires, but or chains on your tires, but for your own boots. You know those? No? Nobody?
I do, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I used to work at a local. We worked at the same sporting goods store.
Yeah.
They sell them. They're great.
You throw those things on the bottom of your shoes and you're not going to slip and fall.
You can't really throw them on the bottoms of like Air Maxes, but like boots, definitely.
Sure. Yeah. Anyway, it's really slippery out there, so, take time. Jeremy and Joe, Nate's in for Joe here on WGR.
I also, this week, watching some of the shows this week, and I think the Bengals are thought of, especially with Joe Burrow, as a very good football team, even though their defense is historically bad.
Yep.
Beating them last week and how they beat them, giving up 34 points, watching that Bengals offense, I don't put a lot of stock in what the Bills did defensively against that team. And as an indictment of who they are, who they can be moving forward.
Okay.
That was that was the best passing attack they're going to face all year. There isn't a passing attack nearly as lethal that they'll potentially face in the playoffs. And I just want to acknowledge that, although it's not really a well-formed and built football team, that is the modern-day best passing offense you can play. And I thought the Bills did a good enough job to win the game, and they did. I just don't know. I'm not taking that as an indictment of hey, a couple, how the conversations were after the Ravens game, where, this defense looks really bad.
Right.
Really bad. I don't know that I want to come away with that after that Bengals game, considering, the 2 turnovers back-to-back, the stop we probably don't talk about, which is the stop at the end of the first half, which essentially kept them in the football game.
Yep.
They don't force that punt before the end of the first half, that game's over. I know that they came back from crazy, but that game's over if the Bengals score again before the half.
Right. It's either 24-11 or
28-11. Good luck.
That would have been tough.
Good luck.
For sure.
So, they made important stops in that game.
Can I ask everyone? Can we do two things at one time?
I think it's possible.
We're gonna do 2 things at one time. Okay, ready? And one thing we're gonna do is appreciate The Bills are awesome. Josh Allen's awesome. They make life fun. We love the Bills. They're successful. Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott win together all the time with Josh Allen. They put together a good franchise, top-class franchise in the NFL, and they could win the Super Bowl in the right scenario this year. They might be favorites to make it out of the AFC. They got a big game this weekend. Life's good. Things are good. Can we do something else over here in column B? Or
sure.
Second
on each shoulder.
Yeah.
Sure.
So we're doing two things. That's number one. Number two is, do the coach and the GM speak to each other?
It's a fair question.
It's kind of funny.
It's a fair question.
If there is, I don't have it. All right.
They typically speak together once at the end of the season.
Okay, that's definitely together and not separate.
I don't remember last year, but I do remember in the draft.
I don't know how often they really are ever seen. They do their own media tours. They're here and here and here and here. It's just kind of funny. Like, it's just this.
Yeah.
One thing I like to do about McDermott and Beane, who I think have both done a pretty good job over their tenure here with the Bills. The number of Bills fans that think that the GM just does whatever the coach wants. Because I don't know if they're just mad at the coach for 13 seconds for a while ago. If you're still mad about that, I understand. Plenty of people still are. There are a lot of people that are mad at McDermott, and they just think that every mistake the organization makes
is his fault,
or every misstep is because he told Brandon Beane to do that. Like, he's the reason they drafted all defenses here. He's the reason, X, Y, Z. And I don't think that is correct. I think, in a very non-controversial way, I'm just saying as kind of plainly as I can, do they work together on things? Sure. Sean McDermott has kind of laid out the process of the draft, and then he calls the draft Brandon Beane's hit. That's his stage.
Yeah.
Like, that's what he does. They would, of course, consult and work together and I like this player, I like this guy's man. But the GMs, and the coaches.
Yep.
And the
separation of powers.
Right. And the whether or not they agree on everything, I wouldn't expect every coach and every GM around the NFL to agree on everything. I think there would be a normal amount of, I like this, we should do this. We've seen and heard reports of McDermott and people on his own staff disagreeing, right? Brian Daboll famously and McDermott clashed or whatever. So I'm not really here to say anything other than they each do their own job. Hey, everybody. Jeremy and Nate. Nate's in for Joe today. What did I do all day yesterday? Christmas. Oh, I sent out the Christmas cards. They're actually mailed. Not only did I order them, get them done, addressed, and stamped, mailed. How about that? On December 11th. Look at me.
It's pretty good, man.
That's a huge victory. I feel like last year I might have mailed them on the 27th. And I was just like, well, it's like holiday cards.
Yeah, it's holiday cards.
Right.
Happy New Year.
Ahead of schedule. Hey, the Sabres Western Conference trip continues. And they'll play tonight against, hold on, let me scroll all the way over to the
Vancouver.
Western Conference. Yes, thank you. The last game on the board. Vancouver.
This is the last game of the road trip, correct?
No, they play Seattle.
Oh, okay.
Vancouver and then Seattle.
Yeah.
And I think they could actually, Vancouver's awful.
Vancouver is a nightmare.
They are.
Yeah, they're awful.
Yeah.
So they traded away Miller, and that was bad last year, and thought that would fix it with Pettersson, and Pettersson's actually been better.
He's been better.
They are just devoid of any talent.
Yeah.
Demko's out.
They should trade us their good players.
Well, we'll see about that. Speaking of that, I think I don't know how this Vancouver and this Seattle game is going to go, but They did beat Edmonton.
Yes.
I thought
in the most frustrating way
at the
you
start.
could possibly beat a team.
That might be right. The most frustrating kind of win.
Yeah.
I did think at the start of this road trip, like I wonder if this could be the road trip that sets about change. Eventually, something has to happen, and just like reading the leaves here, Paul's a little bit more fiery than usual. I think we have approached conditions. What is it? We do this every time. Watch, warning. Which one is?
We are, I think, fully in watch. Are we in warning?
Watch could be watch to warning at this point, right?
Yeah, we could be in a transitional period.
I would say we're in a transition.
Warning means it's imminent. Watch means conditions are possible.
We are transitioning from watch to warning.
I think we are into warning.
Into warning.
I think we're very close to warning.
Squalls.
It stinks over there.
I think a change is close. I think a change is close. So
I would wonder too, because again, Vancouver's not good. Seattle's, if they win one of these next two or none of them, and they come home with 2 points on this road trip, I don't know what that arena is going to sound like. Or
even if they come home with 6 because they beat Vancouver and Seattle,
yeah,
come on.
I know.
Everybody already knows. Like this book is written.
Yes.
So we'll see. But I think it's gone. They're basically in last place again
in a division that is just as gettable as it's ever been.
Right. You're into December doing this again, and let's just go.
The 3 goalie thing can't be helping.
Let's also go quick timelines. You don't want to fire someone at Christmas.
No.
So now I got to back it out and say, like, all right, I got to separate enough from Christmas that it's not a move at Christmas. So what do you say? In the next week? I think you got like 7 days to do it. Before the next home game, which is a week from today.
I don't think you can go home with they got to make a change before they go home.
Then the question becomes, what change will be satisfying, and will it be
enough
permanent?
Yeah.
Like, do you make a change with some interim tags with the idea that you're going to go through a full process?
Sure.
Or is it just one guy's out, one guy's up, he's moved here, he's moved there, okay, we're off and running?
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure that just any old change will speak to fans the way that a thorough kind of whatever, a thorough search might. And whether that's somebody coming in and taking over complete control, which might be unlikely, but I was thinking about this. Like, are you a Stranger Things fan?
Yes.
Okay. In season 4 of Stranger Things, not a big spoiler here.
Yeah, right. It was 3 years ago.
Right.
You guys are good.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
When people see the grandfather clock, like, it's over for you.
Yep.
Something's coming for you.
Yep.
I think we've seen I think the grandfather clock may have been seen. So it's not yet, but I think it's coming.
And I need a new GM to extend Josh Doan as soon as possible.
Sure.
Correct.
And not
as soon as possible.
And not make a decision on talk.
And not
run the trade deadline.
How about this? I like what you said. I think you could finish your sentence at make a decision.
Right.
Any decision.
Yeah.
A decision.
That would be good.
Decision.
Yeah.
Not even just the word. Would love that.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills next. We'll get into what's different about this Bills-Patriots matchup and the last one, which saw the Patriots come in and ruin the whiteout and the rivalry uniforms. 803-0550. It was a Sunday night game. This one's going to be Sunday, 1 o'clock. And you can give us a ring, 803-0550 here on WGR. Can I ask everyone? Can we do two things at one time?
I think it's possible.
We're gonna do 2 things at one time. Okay, ready? And one thing we're gonna do is appreciate The Bills are awesome. Josh Allen's awesome. They make life fun. We love the Bills. They're successful. Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott win together all the time with Josh Allen. They put together a good franchise, top-class franchise in the NFL, and they could win the Super Bowl in the right scenario this year. They might be favorites to make it out of the AFC. They got a big game this weekend. Life's good. Things are good. Can we do something else over here in column B? Or
Sure.
Second
on each shoulder.
Yeah.
Sure.
So we're doing two things. That's number one. Number two is, do the coach and the GM speak to each other?
It's a fair question.
It's kind of funny. Like,
It's a fair question.
if there is, I don't have it. All right.
They typically speak together once at the end of the season.
Okay, that's definitely together and not separate.
I don't remember last year, but I do remember and the draft.
I don't know how often they really are ever see. They do their own media tours. They're here and here and here and here. It's just kind of funny. Like, it's just this.
Yeah.
One thing I like to do about McDermott and Beane, who I think have both done a pretty good job over their tenure here with the Bills. The number of Bills fans that think that the GM just does whatever the coach wants. Because I don't know if they're just mad at the coach for 13 seconds for a while ago. If you're still mad about that, I understand. Plenty of people still are. There are a lot of people that are mad at McDermott, and they just think that every mistake the organization makes
is his fault,
or every misstep is because he told Brandon Beane to do that. Like, he's the reason they drafted all defense this year. He's the reason, X, Y, Z. And I don't think that is correct. I think, in a very non-controversial way, I'm just saying as kind of plainly as I can, do they work together on things? Sure. Sean McDermott has kind of laid out the process of the draft, and then he calls the draft Brandon Beane's hit. That's his stage.
Yeah.
Like, that's what he does. They would, of course, consult and work together and I like this player, I like this guy's man. But the GM GMs and the coach coaches.
Yep.
And the
separation of powers.
Right. And the whether or not they agree on everything, I wouldn't expect every coach and every GM around the NFL to agree on everything. I think there would be a normal amount of, I like this, we should do this. We've seen and heard reports of McDermott and people on his own staff disagreeing, right? Brian Dable famously and McDermott clashed or whatever. So I'm not really here to say anything other than they each do their own job.
The Bills gearing up for their bout with the New England Patriots with kickoff coming up at 1 o'clock this Sunday. We got an estimated injury report from the walkthrough practice yesterday. Dawson Knox did not practice due to personal reasons. Terrell Bernard, Joey Bosa, Spencer Brown, and Joshua Palmer were all limited participants. Cole Bishop and Dalton Kincaid practiced in full. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres in Vancouver tonight, taking on the Canucks. Puck drop is set for 10 o'clock, with all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. In the MLB, another Met signing elsewhere as Pete Alonzo signed a 5-year, $155 million deal with the Baltimore Orioles. And in college football, the University of Michigan fired football head coach Sharon Moore for an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. And Moore was later detained by police as a suspect in an alleged assault. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Steph, you guys are actually underdogs this Sunday. Is that something you're aware of?
I didn't know. That's the first time I heard it, but good. I feel like that's good for us. Being an underdog, people like us been an underdog our whole life. We're going to have something to prove regardless of it. But I think the main thing is it gets exciting when you're the underdog, when you got a lot to prove, when you're playing with that edge and you're playing aggressive because nobody believes in us but us. The record is surprising to everybody, and all we did is take it one game at a time, and I think we're going to do the same thing with this one. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Stefon Diggs yesterday in the Patriots locker room asked about being underdogs. And, the Patriots probably have heard it a lot this season, that their record is a bit inflated. They can't be this good. Bills and Patriots coming your way Sunday, 1 o'clock, and the Bills are favorites in this game at Gillette Stadium. We're bringing in Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast. We moved him off of yesterday. We got him for you today, Jeremy and Joe. But Joe DiBiase is off today. Nate Geary is in, and Joe Marino is on the Western Hotline. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, guys. Hope you're doing well.
We are doing well, right? I mean, it's a big week for the Bills and the Patriots, and our producer Joe Cali has found that NBC Boston has discussed this game, and in traditional NBC Sports Boston honk fashion, they have predicted that if the Bills lose this game, they need to clean house for Mike Tomlin. In potentially the worst take of all time. So we are going to get that. Joe Kelly said, you want me to play it now? I said, no, it will derail everything we're going to do here. But, a reminder that people in Boston are nuts. Anyway, Joe, the Bills are trying to avenge a loss from earlier in the season. And my favorite thing to think about for this game is, what will be different this time around? Not in result, but in process, right? What is different about the Bills from week 4 or 5? It was week 5. And what's different about the Patriots since week 5? So let's start with the Bills in terms of what you think is different about them that New England will have to adjust to with how the Bills operate, 3 months later.
Well, I think the biggest thing is defensively. I think the Bills are a lot different team than the one they were in week 5. And we had talked a lot in the preseason about how the first stretch of the year is going to be tough for the defense with a lot of new pieces kind of coming together and, pieces not being available. And obviously the personnel hasn't quite been able to stabilize. But going back to that game, I mean, the Bills at defensive tackle, it was Fedarian Mathis having to play for the first time and Zion Logue at defensive tackle. It's still Taylor Rapp in the lineup. And we know the shift, right, that has happened with Poyer stepping in and how things have really stabilized on the back end. It's before McDermott's involvement in play calling defensively. Matt Milano popped his pec in that game. There was a lot of things that weren't ideal, and I think will be different this time. I think the Bills obviously have things they have to overcome defensively in every single game, but I think that they're in a lot better position defensively just with how more connected they are with their overall scheme. They're playing cover 3 better. They're playing more man. They're using their back 7 depth to play matchups better. And so I think this team from a defensive perspective is a lot different than the one we watched in week 5. And, I think there's been some elements of the offense as well that have shifted quite a bit. Obviously the landscape of the receiver room is different. And that's going back to a time where Keon Coleman was your guy playing the most snaps. Well, now he's the receiver that plays the least amount of snaps. And so I think that's improved things, and I think this team is a lot more aware of who they are at this point in the season than they were back in Week 5.
Yeah, Joe, I actually wanted to ask you, too, a little bit about the second half last week against the Bengals and the shift defensively, and which version of the Bills defensively you'd like to see maybe moving forward, because they went from frankly, it was very reminiscent to me of the 2022 playoff game where they played soft coverage in the first half, really had no answers for the Bengals pass game, and they switched in the second half. And like traditionally, I think most Bills fans would all agree, like, okay, well, you don't really blitz Joe Burrow. He'll kill you against the blitz. But I thought it sped Joe Burrow's processing up. He made some bad throws, and ultimately I think it led to the two big turnovers. So, like, when you look at that second half, do you just look at it and say, it felt like Sean McDermott had his fingerprints on that second half play calling, and what version of this defense, the sit back, rush 4, and try to make plays and get to the quarterback with 4, or start blitzing a little bit more and creating pressure? I mean, they blitzed Christian Benford a whole bunch in that second half.
Yeah, the big shift with the Bills against the Bengals in the second half is the blitz rate. They blitzed 16% in the first half against Cincy, went up to 44% in the second half. And I'd agree with you, Nate. It's not like they were blitzing and giving free runners and, harassing Joe Burrow. That didn't happen. But it did speed up his process. It did, especially in the snow with his foot, right? I mean, he's still playing with a weird shoe and adjusting to life with that. And so when you force him to speed up his process and find platforms quicker than he wants to, it affects his accuracy. And I think the ball got away from him a little bit. And also the snow, like I was watching with Jerry Ostrowski last night. We went through all of Joe Burrow's dropbacks where he held on the ball for more than 2.5 seconds. We were assessing the pass rush together, and the Bills' defensive line just couldn't get their footing. Greg Rousseau is trying to rush on his tippy toes to keep his feet in the ground somehow. And I think that necessitated some blitz, or else Joe Burrow is just going to throw accurate footballs and kill you. So they did make the good adjustment. Now, I think you have to play Drake May differently than Joe Burrow, who I think just has a little bit more physical upside and obviously is more settled into this season than Joe Burrow. I thought the Bills did a very good job in Week 5 of defending him as a scrambler. I think he has 3 scrambles for 12 yards. And for the season, I think Drake May's got the second or third most scramble yards this year. But what killed him was he was able to roll to his right and make a ton of plays. Thinking about that game-winning drive, right, to rolling to his right, getting that crazy pass off, and that really got him started, and they eventually win the game with the field goal. I think you got to get back into your spy mirror stuff on third downs, and the Bills have broken this out against some mobile quarterbacks. You've seen it against Mahomes. You saw it against Baker Mayfield situationally, and what they do is they'll rush 3 with a spy mirror linebacker over top. And the advantage here is that the spy player gives the front freedom to rush and be creative with how they want to attack the pocket, and they knowing that they have the cleanup player over top. And so I think you have to get that going situationally and try to affect Drake May, because he's obviously having a great year and he can do a lot of damage in a lot of different ways. But how do you keep him from rolling to his right and making the plays that he did in Week 5? I think that's the big task ahead for McDermott and Babbage.
Last time they played, Drake May threw the ball to Stefon Diggs 12 times, and the next most targeted receiver, Kayshon Boutte, had 3, Hunter Henry had 4. In terms of how they're going to defend these weapons, Joe, do you have an idea of how they might do it? Like Christian Benford, he doesn't go to the slot that much. I don't feel like he's going to go on Diggs. Is Benford on Kayshon Boutte, and like you're going to take your chances with Taron Johnson covering Stefon Diggs? Like you got Max Hairston, who you did not have in the first matchup. They've got their options, of course. I just don't think it'll be the same kind of 12 targets for Diggs game plan, even from New England.
Probably not, but I mean, I don't think anyone has a whole lot of confidence in Taron Johnson being able to get the job done one-on-one with Diggs in the slot. And like you said, it's not like Christian Benford moves into the slot. And so I am fascinated to find out, because that's kind of the matchup that you're concerned about, partly because you know that the Patriots are going to want to spam that a little bit, but also that this has kind of been an issue. And Taron Johnson's not been good in coverage this year. He's not been good against the run either, and this is an issue. And how do you overcome that? Well, I guess you would say, well, put a different player on them. Well, okay, these are players that aren't repped in those spots. The spacing is different. It's difficult. And so that's a tough one for them to figure out. But I do have great concern about Taron Johnson or Cam Lewis on Diggs in the slot and the challenges that create for the Bills defense. I like the rest of the matchups.
Yeah.
But how they deal with that one is going to be a big question mark.
And one reason that might be such a key matchup, like, Joe, we didn't see – I mean, it's funny. Like, May has this thing going on, Drake May, where I think he's one of the best deep ball thrower in the league. Like, he's a very, very good downfield deep ball thrower. And yet he doesn't have a 300-yard game. They haven't had too many scripts where he's had to do that. And I think about all the times that I've watched the Bills play elite quarterbacks and whatever, how the Bills like to play. They don't often give up too much stuff down the field. They don't get beat over the top. So do you feel like they'll lean into preventing that, because that's the thing that May can really kill a defense with? If you give him an ounce of an ability to shoot down the field, he's going to take it. And he's hit Kayshon Boutte and Pop Douglas. And like with all that vertical passing game, like that's where the Hunter Henry and Steph Diggs, that's where they eat in this kind of game.
Yeah, you're right. The Bills do like to eliminate, the down the field throws. It's always a high priority for them. The challenge is that can come at the expense of, some of your underneath stuff. And I think that for as good as Drake May has been throwing the ball down the field, I think he's number one in EPA by like 0.2. It's pretty significant on deep throws. He's not a guy that's not capable of working the short stuff and keeping the offense on schedule and making those throws. And so whatever idea the Bills have, they just can't leave a ton of air out there, right? They got to take the air out of it. That was kind of the issue early against Cincinnati. You just gave too much cushion. And here's the thing about the Patriots. Like, for as good as Drake May has been throwing the ball down the field, they don't really have, like, dynamic athletes at the wide receiver position. I think, Pop Douglas is certainly their most explosive player, but, Hollins, Diggs, Boutte, these are not guys that are athletic mismatches. And so, I wouldn't be afraid to lean into some cover two, two-man coverage, cover one, those types of things to play some man. I think you can hang up, obviously, with Harrison. Benford certainly can. Trey White, the Trey White is the number one corner since week 6 and fewest catches allowed per coverage snap, and number 2 is Christian Benford. Like, holy crap, that's a real stat. And so I think you can live with that a little bit. And what I can't do the death by a million paper cuts. That's where I struggle with it. And so, whatever, you give up a play down the field, you saw it. The Bills gave up plays down the field against Joe Burrow, to T. Higgins a couple times, and Gesicki, whatever. Like, live with that as opposed to the, oh my God, they're going to go 8 of 8 on third down on the first 2 drives and there's no resistance and you just hope they make a mistake. I think you got to force it a little bit. Yeah. And that's what improved in the second half. And I think you got to replicate some of that against Drake May.
One thing that's different for New England, they've got a lot of accusations about things being inflated. And I feel like the latest thing is their defense is not nearly as good as maybe it looked earlier in the season. Now, there's some explanations for that, injuries or quality of opponent. But since losing Milton Williams, it's a team that gives up a lot on the ground after being one of the better run defenses in football. And, like, to me, any Bills fan that hears this team gives up 130 on the ground per game without Milton Williams is going to think, like, all right, it's a James Cook kind of game.
Yeah, it should be. The Patriots over their last 4 games have allowed a 69% success rate on zone runs and 6 yards per carry. Those are dead last in the NFL. And on all runs, they have the lowest stuff rate defensively against the run in the NFL over the last 4 games. They've had some challenges, like you mentioned, Milton Williams, Crisis Tonga has missed some time recently. And so, yeah, the Bills have got to have a healthy amount of James Cook as part of this plan. Now, I do think that back in Week 5, the Patriots did the best job of any team in defending James Cook in his traditional run schemes. I know that Josh Allen had some scrambles, so the Bills had a decent amount of rushing yards, but it wasn't James Cook. And that's because of what they can do with their corners. They got Carlton Davis and Christian Gonzalez. They're both 6'2", 200 pounds, 33-inch arms, and love to tackle. And they did a really good job of inserting them into the run fits and slow playing and taking away spill and cutback opportunities. And I'm really curious to see how the Bills adjust from that. And obviously I think both teams are a little bit different now than they were 10 weeks ago, but It does need to be a James Cook game. He needs to not fumble because that was part of the issue. Like, go back to week 5, and the Bills turned it over 3 times, and they were horrible turnovers. I mean, once Josh gave him the ball at, like, the 9-yard line, like the Patriots' 9-yard line. The Dawson Knox fumble. They fumbled on Keon Coleman. Those are the first 2 drives. The Knox fumble and Keon Coleman fumble. They had 11 penalties for 90 yards and lost by 3. You know, it's just like, don't beat yourself. Lean into your run game. And, you know, I think the Bills will have a good shot at going in there and avoiding this being the week that the Patriots clinch the division.
And, like, when you look at this Patriots offense, Joe, you know, part of what I look at is, especially if you start going back to the close games they've played, I think of, you know, their win against Cincinnati. They win by 6. They beat Tampa barely. A lot of, and that, especially I look back at that Tampa game because, you know, it's easy to compare opponents here with the Bills, is their success rate on offense was really low against Tampa Bay. They had 3 big plays in that game. I look at New England's offense, and right now they are 4th in explosive play rate in the run game and 3rd in explosive rate in pass game. It feels like an offense that can be, I'm not saying at all times, but can be very boom or bust. And for you, when you think about that, does that play into the Bills' hands a little bit? I know we were talking about one of the keys to this defense is they don't like to give up those big plays and those explosive plays. But this does feel like an offense that is maybe not over-reliant, but certainly reliant on big plays, helping them separate in games.
For sure. And to their credit, Nate, they make them, right? I mean,
right.
That's the thing about the Patriots. I know that nobody wants to give them any credit. I get it, right? We're all over the Patriots. We're disappointed that they're back in it and they have a good young quarterback and a great coach, and it sucks, right? Nobody wants it. But they've had chances to blow games, right? Multiple. And they don't. And they do make the big explosive plays. And so until they can't do that, right, that's their recipe. It's just like the Bills with turnovers on defense. Like, well, is this sustainable? Well, until it isn't, wake me up, right? Mm-hmm. They get the big takeaways. They've been doing it for years. And so that's the thing about New England. And if you want to buy into that being true, that they're big play dependent and that's not sustainable, you should get excited about how bad they are in the red zone. They're 32nd in red zone defense. They're 24th in red zone offense. Obviously, that you're coming out of the bye. I'm sure that was the big point of emphasis is how they get better in the red zone. And I'm curious to see what wrinkles there are. But when you are relying on explosive plays and you're not good at finishing drives, you know, on either side of the ball, then, you know, that's a problem. And so for the Bills in this game, I think you hope that that's true. You hope that they can't get the explosive plays, and you're pretty good at limiting them, especially against the run lately, and that they're not good at finishing drives. And you need that to continue this week for New England. And whenever that wakes up, it needs to be in the future.
Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast joining us here on the Western Hotline for Bills Patriots, the rematch. It's a juicy one, Sunday, 1 o'clock. Joe, thanks for the time. We'll chat next week.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Joe Marino. Find everything he does at thejoemarino.com. He's got comprehensive Bills coverage for you, and we are always honored to have him on. Usually Wednesdays, had him on today. Have something for you here that I noticed about the Patriots. And, you know, it's funny, like, every once in a while, Nate, I like to get, well, it's not quite an advanced stat, but, you know, we all grew up with the same, like, 10 stats. Mm-hmm. And then as we've all become more football obsessed, you dip more into, all right, that actually success rate. He mentioned success rate. The success rate is a pretty good stat. Yes. Like, once you learn what that is, it's down in distance. And there's another one I've seen lately that's about, you know, that not all sacks are created equal. And, like, think about just this in itself. How many times the Bills sacked Drake May in the first matchup?
4 times.
4 sacks.
Yeah.
How many yards did Drake May lose on those 4 sacks?
Probably not much.
6.
Yeah.
Like, that's, you can sack a quarterback, and if it's a 1-yard loss, it's about the same as an incompletion. It's helps. If you sack a quarterback for a 9-yard loss, it's a huge difference. So, hey, each play is a sack. One is going to basically kill a drive, and the other is just like if he threw it at your feet. They sacked May for a loss of 0 on one of these plays. Like 4 sacks for 6 yards. Allen got sacked 1 time in that game, 1 time for 8 yards. Like, which is worse? Well, one is 4 failed plays, one is 1 failed play. You know, so I just found it interesting, just like looking at the box score, like 4 sacks, only 6 yards. This game, the first time they played, the game was incredibly even. I mean, May didn't throw a single touchdown or an interception, and yet they found their way to get their win. It was Yeah, interesting game. Just a really interesting game the way that it played out. Ramondre Stevenson, 2 touchdowns on 7 carries. He averaged 2 yards per carry, but had 2 touchdowns. And since then, Trevion Henderson's become more a part of their game. We'll see.
You know, I will say one thing they don't do well, though, is Henderson should get the ball more. And now that Stevenson's back in the lineup, he's kind of the second thought in that offense.
Yeah.
They'd be scarier if they used him more, but they don't.
That's right.
That feels like that's a thing against them, is they don't use him in, a smart way.
I'm going to try and find how much the Patriots have even been trailing this season.
I can't imagine it's been
because there's one
lot.
thing about this matchup that I find super interesting. Like, it's kind of a thing in New England that Drake May has not yet thrown for 300 yards, and that's game script mostly. He's got to 290. They've not been in a game where they really have to go blow for blow in a shootout, and maybe we see them forced into that by what the Bills are able to do offensively. 803-0550. We'll get to Ben Volin of the Boston Globe on the other side, talking about this Patriots team as it slowly become, hey, they could be a good team, to they might win the division, to are they a real contender? We'll see what the story is there and what expectations are for this underdog Patriots team. They are 1.5-point underdogs to the Bills. So we'll talk with Ben Volin of the Boston Globe coming up here on WGR. Anyway, Joe, the Bills are trying to avenge a loss from earlier in the season, and my favorite thing to think about for this game is what will be different this time around? Not in result, but in process, right? What is different about the Bills from week 4 or 5? It was week 5. And what's different about the Patriots since week 5? So let's start with the Bills in terms of what you think is different about them that New England will have to adjust to with how the Bills operate, 3 months later.
Well, I think the biggest thing is defensively. I think the Bills are a lot different team than the one they were in Week 5, and we had talked a lot in the preseason about how the first stretch of the year is going to be tough for the defense with a lot of new pieces kind of coming together, and pieces not being available, and obviously the personnel hasn't quite been able to stabilize. But going back to that game, I mean, the Bills at defensive tackle, it was Fedarian Mathis having to play for the first time, and Zion Logue at defensive tackle. It's still Taylor Rapp in the lineup. And we know the shift, right, that has happened with Poyer stepping in and how things have really stabilized on the back end. It's before McDermott's involvement in play calling defensively. Matt Milano popped his pec in that game. There was a lot of things that weren't ideal. And I think will be different this time. I think the Bills obviously have things they have to overcome defensively in every single game, but I think that they're in a lot better position defensively, just with how more connected they are with their overall scheme. They're playing cover 3 better. They're playing more man. They're using their back 7 depth to play matchups better. And so I think this team from a defensive perspective is a lot different than the one we watched in Week 5. And, I think there's been some elements of the offense as well that have shifted quite a bit. Obviously the landscape of the receiver room is different. And that's going back to a time where Keon Coleman was your guy playing the most snaps. Well, now he's the receiver that plays the least amount of snaps. And so I think that's improved things. And I think this team is a lot more aware of who they are at this point in the season than they were back in Week 5.
Last time they played, Drake May threw the ball to Stefon Diggs 12 times. And the next most targeted receiver, Kayshon Boutte, had 3. Hunter Henry had 4. In terms of how they're going to defend these weapons, Joe, do you have an idea of how they might do it? Christian Benford, he doesn't go to the slot that much. I don't feel like he's going to go on Diggs. Is Is Benford on Keyshawn Butte, and like you're gonna take your chances with Taron Johnson covering Stefon Diggs? Like you got Max Hairston, who you did not have in the first matchup. They've got their options, of course. I just don't think it'll be the same kind of 12 targets for Diggs game plan, even from New England.
Probably not, but I mean, I don't think anyone has a whole lot of confidence in Taron Johnson being able to get the job done one-on-one with Diggs in the slot. And like you said, it's not like Christian Benford moves into the slot. And so I am fascinated to find out, because that's kind of the matchup that you're concerned about, partly because you know that the Patriots are going to want to spam that a little bit, but also that this has kind of been an issue. And Taron Johnson's not been good in coverage this year. He's not been good against the run either, and this is an issue. And how do you overcome that? Well, I guess you would say, well, put a different player on him. Well, okay, you know, these are players that aren't repped in those spots. The spacing is different. You know, it's difficult. And so that's a tough one for them to figure out. But I do have great concern about Taron Johnson or Cam Lewis on Diggs in the slot and the challenges that create for the Bills defense. I like the rest of the matchups, but how they deal with that one is going to be a big question mark.
The Bills gearing up for the Patriots. Kickoff coming up at 1 o'clock this Sunday. We got an estimated injury report from the walkthrough practice yesterday. Dawson Knox did not practice for personal reasons. Terrell Bernard, Joey Bosa, Spencer Brown, and Joshua Palmer were all limited participants, and Cole Bishop and Dalton Kincaid practiced in full. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres in Vancouver tonight, taking on the Canucks. Puck drop is set for 10 o'clock with all the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. In the MLB, another Met signing elsewhere is Pete Alonzo signed a 5-year, $155 million deal with the Baltimore Orioles. And in college football, the University of Michigan fired head football coach Sharon Moore for an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. And Moore was later detained by police as a suspect in an alleged assault. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Yeah, I mean, they did a good job changing some of the roster over and bringing in some players, especially along the defensive front, perimeter players, wide receiver-wise and whatnot. And, you know, they're well coached. They do a really good job, Mike does, and Josh McDaniels, and across their coaching staff. You can just feel a difference in what they've done and how they're doing things. And, you know, we have a ton of respect, obviously, for the way that they've played this year in particular.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott speaking on the Patriots, and Mike Vrabel, who comes into this game against the Bills. He was 6-0 as a Tennessee coach off the bye. So Patriots coming in off the bye to play the Bills and looking to lock up the AFC East and take the crown from the Bills. Joining us on the Western Hotline, senior NFL writer at the Boston Globe, Ben Volin, to talk about Bills Patriots. Ben, good morning. Jeremy and Nate's in for our regular co-host Joe. So happy to have you on this morning and eager to see this game play out on Sunday.
I mean, me too. Thanks for having me on, guys. I mean, what an awesome game this is going to be Sunday in Foxborough. You know, not to use the old cliche, but like totally a heavyweight bout, two contenders. It's been a few years since Gillette Stadium's had a game this big. And I don't think anyone at the beginning of the season expected this to be a showdown. Certainly not with the Patriots having the ability to clinch the division on Sunday. So it's an interesting battle where both teams seem to have the motivational edge, if that's possible. The Bills obviously want to get their revenge for the Week 5 game, and the Patriots going into this week as home underdogs, according to the Vegas odds makers. So the Patriots clearly, I would think, are using that as their own motivation. So should be a great game, and should be a really tight game on Sunday.
I saw the exchange with Mike Vrabel too about like the odds makers and who are the odds makers. These are they're people. Ben, when it comes to the Patriots, like how have expectations over the year changed? Because I feel like coming in, they were a little bit of a darling, right? There's a lot to like about them. They could make some noise. Then was it beating the Bills that really started them getting taken seriously, even in the Boston area?
Yes. Beating the Bills was absolutely the start of this, because to that point they were 2-2. You know, they had just beaten the Panthers, who at that point were still looked at as one of the NFL's really struggling teams. And the Patriots before, they had a bad loss to Pittsburgh, a bad loss to the Raiders. So absolutely beating the Bills in Week 5 was their, welcome to the NFL moment, and when people started taking them seriously. Obviously now they've won 10 in a row. Expectations, I think at the beginning of the season, people expected them to be better, but like 8 or 9 wins, like maybe competing for a wild card spot. And even then, that's like, well, they doubled the win total from the last couple of years, because, they obviously are coming off consecutive 4-13 seasons. So I think people expected them to be better, but not have an 11-2 record, competing for the number 1 seed. I think, look, if this year, like, peters out for the Patriots, which it might. Like, I don't expect them to get to the Super Bowl, and I could see them losing in the first or second round to a better team at this point. I think fans will be disappointed, but no one will be upset. Everything about this year is all gravy, because no one expected this, and the future looks so bright now for Drake May and Mike Vrabel, and they got Josh McDaniels. So it'll be disappointing if it doesn't go far for the Patriots, but I don't think anyone has any right to be upset, because everything about this year has been terrific.
Ben, I wanted to ask you about the backfield. Ramondre Stevenson comes back from missing about a month. And in that time that he was gone, TreVeyon Henderson, I think, started to finally see the touches and the playing time that I could tell you a lot of fantasy owners thought TreVeyon Henderson was going to get early this season. And he definitely delivered in those 3 games without Stevenson. Now that Stevenson's back, he's kind of back in that, committee role. When you look at this offense at their best, who's in the backfield when they're maybe the most explosive, or maybe the right word is most dangerous offensively?
Well, yeah, I mean, TreVeyon Henderson is clearly the most explosive. He's got, touchdown runs of 65 and 58 yards. He had a kickoff return touchdown in the preseason. So there's no question that TreVeyon Henderson is the more explosive weapon out of the backfield. That said, he's not the bigger guy. Ramondre Stevenson is the bigger, more physical back. So the Patriots don't want to slam TreVeyon Henderson into the middle of the line 15 times either. So Stevenson is more the I formation, between the tackles type of running back. That said, he has been one of the least efficient runners in the NFL all season. If you look at his numbers, both like regular and analytics, I mean, his yards per carry is among the worst. His success rate is among the worst. He and the Patriots have been brutal on short yardage running, and it's not all him. It's really the Patriots' offensive line too. The center, Garrett Bradbury, left guard, Jared Wilson, or his backup, have really struggled, I think, to get the push on the offensive line and to kind of win that battle in the trenches. And you've seen that reflected the last 2 weeks with the Patriots being 1 for 7 in the red zone and really struggling on the goal line and having to settle for short field goals. So, like, the combination of the offensive line not being great and Stevenson not being very efficient has been difficult, for the Patriots to overcome. So I would expect to see, coming off the bye, using a little bit more of TreVeyon Henderson down in the goal line area, down in short yardage, not necessarily to run between the tackles, but maybe the Patriots start attacking the edges and trying to get outside a little bit, because it's just not working with Stevenson in the offensive line right now.
Ben Volin of the Boston Globe on the Patriots. New England's defense. New England, I feel like the depth has been a conversation about them. Are they able to get through injuries, right? Will Campbell leaving their left tackle, and Milton Williams has also been a big absence for them. Do you feel like they have the depth right now to get through some significant injuries at very important spots?
I do. Will Campbell's loss the last couple weeks has been tough, but they've been okay with the backups. And even so they lost their left tackle and their left guard in the same game, and they both sat out the last game 2 weeks ago. And you didn't see a huge drop off. You're going from a couple of rookies to a couple of backups, and there wasn't a huge drop off on the offensive line. The real loss has been Milton Williams, who was really disruptive for them in the middle of their defense for the 12 games that he played or 10 games that he played. He's gonna miss this week and the Ravens game next week, being on injured reserve. And not only was he really disruptive as a pass rusher, he was one of the had the highest pressure rate among defensive tackles when he got hurt. But also his run stopping was tremendous. And the Patriots, through the first 9 weeks of the season, had the number one run defense. And then the last 4 games, they've fallen back to the middle of the pack. They're allowing almost 5 yards per carry. Chase Brown ran all over them. Even Justin Fields kind of ran some circles around them. So, I think the Patriots, I think one real concern going into this matchup is they kind of are on the wrong side of the trench matchup on both sides. I think their offensive line is really struggling right now, and their defensive line is struggling, and the Bills have an excellent run game. So that's where the game's going to be won. I think the Patriots, their path in week 5 was they jumped out to a lead, and they turned Josh Allen and the Bills a little more one-dimensional and took James Cook out of the game. I think the Patriots have to do that this time because if they allow the Bills to stay in the game and let James Cook, get rolling and Josh Allen get rolling, I think it could be a long day for the Patriots defense. So they've got to shore up their defensive line and figure out how to stop the run.
To that point, is that the one – not the one thing. Is that the next thing for Drake May to show? Because he's been great. I don't think anybody would dispute that. He's a really, really good young player. And he's had positive game scripts. Is the next thing that a Patriots fan would be thrilled to see out of him would be he can get into one of these classic, just up and down the field, 350, 3-touchdown kind of games that it might take to go toe-to-toe with a Josh Allen. We've seen these games from Allen many, many times. When he gets into December, he goes superhero mode. And I don't know if May has really shown superhero mode yet. You tell me. Is there another level that you're waiting to see, even though you've seen such good play from him?
He hasn't really needed Superman mode. I mean, the Patriots have really taken care of business against a lot of these teams. The Patriots have scored over 23 points in all their wins, and they've held all their opponents under 23. So there haven't been too many of these tight games. I think he only has one game-winning drive this year. But Drake May's been so steady. I mean, every game, the Patriots don't have a game yet this year under 300 yards of total offense, and Drake May has yet to throw under 200 yards. He's been in between 200 and 300 passing yards in all 13 games, which is incredible consistency. And even though he hasn't had the big fourth quarter, they haven't needed him for that, the Patriots have fallen behind in a lot of these games. They've had really slow starts in a lot of these games where they give up opening drive touchdowns, or they're down 10-0 after one quarter. And these guys don't bat an eye. And by the third quarter, the game is already easily in hand for the Patriots. So, avoiding the slow start again is going to be huge on Monday or on Sunday against Buffalo. They can't give up that early possession, that early touchdown, because again, that allows the Bills to get in their flow and get the run game going. So yes, Drake May needs to prove that he can be the fourth quarter gunslinger like Josh Allen can, but he hasn't had that opportunity. And Drake May has passed every single test this year. He's been fantastic. It's really hard to find many flaws in his game, other than he takes maybe a couple too many sacks. But Drake May has just been phenomenal this year.
Ben Volin of the Boston Globe. Ben, thanks for the time. Enjoy the game. We're looking forward to it.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, guys.
Bills and Patriots could, of course, meet again in the playoffs.
They could.
They say it's hard to beat a team 3 times. I think they say that because it's hard to play a team 3 times.
I think it's hard to beat a team 2 times.
That might be right. What was I going to mention for you here? I had another stat for you, a thing on Bills Patriots, whatever. The game is Sunday, 1 o'clock. Ben Volin, Boston Globe. Always love talking to him. When we get back, before we get to Sal at 8 o'clock, when we get back, we're calling it the worst take of the month. Okay, worst take of the month.
Ooh, we got a bad take.
We got a bad take.
We got a bad take.
We got a Boston, not Ben.
We got a bad take.
Ben's in the circle of trust.
He is, yes.
We got a Boston take on what happens to the Bills if they lose, and it's a beauty. It's a beauty. It's going to serve as the reminder that the Patriots, when they get an ounce of being good, they go so far that hating them again is very easy.
It just becomes easy.
It's very easy.
They put the time in to make it easy to hate them.
If possible, it's like media bulletin board material. For this is on my bulletin board. The worst take you'll ever hear is coming up.
I also, this week, watching some of the shows this week, and I think the Bengals are thought of, especially with Joe Burrow, as a very good football team, even though their defense is historically bad.
Yep. Jeremy White here.
Beating them last week and how they beat them, giving up 34 points, watching that Bengals offense. I don't put a lot of stock in what the Bills did defensively against that team, and as an indictment of who they are, who they can be moving forward.
Okay.
That was the best passing attack they're going to face all year. There isn't a passing attack nearly as lethal that they'll potentially face in the playoffs. And I just want to acknowledge that, although it's not really a well-formed and built football team, that is the modern-day best passing offense you can play. And I thought the Bills did a good enough job to win the game, and they did. I just don't know. I'm not taking that as an indictment of hey, a couple, how the conversations were after the Ravens game, where, this defense looks really bad.
Right.
Really bad. I don't know that I want to come away with that after that Bengals game, considering, the 2 turnovers back-to-back, the stop we probably don't talk about, which is the stop at the end of the first half, which essentially kept them in the football game.
Yep.
They don't force that punt before the end of the first half, that game's over. I know that they came back from crazy, but that game's over if the Bengals score again before the half.
Right. It's either 24-11 or
28-11. Good luck.
That would have been tough.
Good luck.
For sure.
So, they made important stops in that game.
One thing I was thinking about driving in was the defense as a whole. And whether or not we are, I've brought up the point a lot, Nate, about Sean McDermott, the job he's done this year, and whether or not we should be satisfied with what we're seeing from the defense. Because my answer to that is yes. Kind of yes. And the playoffs will, of course, define it fully. But with this Bills team, Josh Allen can carry the offense, right? Undisputed. He can carry the offense. He does it all the time. They've got a good run game. They've got lots going on there. They've got a good tight end. Their receivers come up in spots for them right now. But Allen can carry the offense. And the question really comes down to, can he carry the defense? Can he do that too? Because the defense has its troubles, but at the same time, I don't know, I feel like I'm getting results. I'm getting the results I need. Big plays here and there. And as players start to come back, we're probably going to up our expectation for what we could get from that defense. But, they're in a good spot. And I'm still sitting here thinking McDermott has done a good job, even after a game where they gave up 3 touchdowns on 3 drives to open up against Joe Burrow. They're getting it done. They're getting it done. And as they get healthier, I just wonder if it'll transform to the point where we feel that side, that's a Super Bowl caliber, that's a good enough defense. My read is it probably gets closer to good enough.
That's where I'll be. I don't think that they're ever going to be
Houston this year.
No, I'm hoping. I think the Bills with Josh Allen can win a Super Bowl with the 17th best defense that gets hot at something, right? Turnovers.
I would say for Buffalo, if they lose this game on Sunday, Buffalo has been thinking about Kansas City for the last 5 years. And in 2025, if you lose 2 games to the Patriots, and now you're like, oh, we didn't win the division, we're a wild card team because now the Patriots are the team in this division, yeah, that's a real problem. They will have to reset.
If you're Buffalo, if you're that fan base, if you're that owner, the Pagulas, do you say, okay, we have to fumigate? It's gone on too long.
Yes.
We can't do it?
Yes,
We didn't win a Super Bowl?
Correct.
Bye, guys.
Everything but the quarterback. Who would be a good coach? Wouldn't that be a great spot for Tomlin if he moves out of Pittsburgh?
Yeah, Tomlin, it would be a good spot for Tomlin. You know who else would be a good spot for? Josh McDaniels.
NBC Sports Boston. That's the panel that famously,
yes.
after the hurricane win, said the 11-month reign of the Buffalo Bills is over. It's over. We'll play that clip later today because that's always one of my favorite things to listen to. I'm sorry, who would be a good idea? Tomlin. Mike Tomlin.
Daniels is more insane to me. I mean, that guy.
If they lose a game on December 14th, the word fumigate was used. Yes. Fumigate. Yes. They must fumigate.
It's insane. Yeah.
It's funny. It's like, this is how it works. We all sit around and talk about the Bills all the time. And we might argue about this, and I don't like this coach did this, I don't like this player. And then, like, a guy from Boston's like, yeah, you got to fumigate everything. You say, excuse me, what?
Right.
Well, they got to do what?
Right.
Are you crazy? Listen, if the season ends short of a Super Bowl appearance, I'm sure we'll have conversations about the path forward. That's pretty much what we do. But imagine, like, you're in Boston, your team's having a first good season in a long time, and they're underdogs to this team. And like, if they lose on the road and then still go to the playoffs and probably would be favored on the road in most spots, they got to fumigate and hire Mike Tomlin.
Okay.
I'm not even prepared to finish the sentence. If the Bills hired Mike Tomlin, I would. I'm not even prepared. I have no idea. It's a terrible idea. Anyway.
God awful.
It's an unbelievably bad take. 803-0550.
Which is hard to do in a world where bad takes are just, it's become so normal.
Yeah. Mr. Bill in Rochester before the break. Hey, Mr. Bill.
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call. Man, we better not. Anybody who mentions hiring Mike Tomlin, oh, my goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Holy crap. All right. Thank you again for taking my call. A couple things. Hey, we got to stop giving this Jason Reed guy. He's like the most popular guy in the United States right now after his Josh Allen takes with Patrick Mahomes. No one's saying Patrick Mahomes isn't great. You're telling me he's been better than Josh Allen these past 2 years because they made the Super Bowl? It's just absolutely ridiculous, and it's disrespectful to Josh Allen, man. Like, it's crazy, the stuff that people are still saying. It's nuts. And then another point, which I think is not talked about enough, is how bad and how underwhelming Larry Ogunjobi has been for this team. And I don't think people can realize if he was playing decent football, the impact he can make on this defensive line. I mean, we got a rookie stepping up in Deion Walker. He's playing really good. We got Daquan Jones, who's definitely playing a lot better than last year and actually playing very consistent. It's like this guy's like Vernon Butler 2.0. He's offering absolutely nothing to this team. And we need players like him when we get toward the playoffs and in the playoffs to step up to take us where we need. Those are the players who need to step up. And he's done nothing. He's literally done, like, bring up Zion Logue. Zion Logue just stands there and, plays decent against the run. It's better than what Larry Ogunjobi does. Watch his reps on run plays. He gets blown up, absolutely blown up every play, worse than Jordan Phillips does, which is crazy. So I don't know if you guys agree with me on that, what you've seen.
All right, Mr. Bill, thank you.
I can tell you that I remember having conversations in early August that he was probably on the outside looking in, and then 5 injuries happened at that position.
Yep.
I think there's a very good chance if Dwayne Carter doesn't tear his Achilles, and who else did they lose right before the start of the season at defensive tackle? They lost somebody else, no? Either way, I think he was on the outside looking in to make the roster, especially with the suspension. I thought they were going to keep him until it was time to activate him off suspension
Yep.
and then probably get rid of him. So he is a fringe guy. I also want to point out, I don't think he's a defensive tackle in a 4-3. He is a end in 3-4. He is a 5 tech. He's not a 3 or a 1 tech. So I think A, he's playing out of position. B, he really wasn't that good to start with coming in. So no, I don't disagree with you at all, Mr. Bill.
Yeah.
I think he's
agreeing,
a veteran.
Agreeing or disagreeing, I will just hand up say, like, I haven't thought about Larry Ogunjobi a single time in 3 months.
That's a deep cut. He's calling in with deep cuts
Sure.
on a Thursday
I'm not
morning.
saying you're wrong. I'm saying, like, on the level of guys, this is one of those ones where I say your expectation should match the signing itself. It's like a 1-year, $6 million deal. I have no expectations for a player like that.
And then the other piece, the Jason Reed. Yeah, he's just he is a hater. He does not like Josh Allen. He's been very vocal about that. And listen, Jason Reed works for ESPN. He is he's just like, if you just like Google, or if you like put in Twitter in the search bar, his @ plus Josh Allen, there will be a lot of tweets of him mostly just hating Josh Allen.
This is where I might deviate from a lot of Bills fans. When I see someone try to say Josh Allen is not good,
right? It's disqualifying. I don't want to talk to you. Don't care.
I just think like, oh, that's dumb.
Yeah.
And then I think I don't even need to know
not going to spend any more time on it.
I don't need to know who that person's name.
Yep.
What it is. But then there's the other Bills fan who'll be like, I must make this person pay.
They are like
That's you.
Like you have Steve Buscemi's character in Billy Madison. Like you put him on. Names. He is on the wall now. Yeah, he's on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just like, oh, that's dumb.
Yeah, it's a really good way to rage bait people, and people respond.
Yes. Fair enough. 803-0550 is our phone number. You can give us a ring. So we're going to catch up with Sal on the other side. Sal Capaccio, latest from Bills practice, the injury report, the breakdown heading into Bills Patriots, and there was something else I wanted to, I'll remember. Tune in to see if I remember what I was going to talk about. I was going to tease something. Oh, I know. I want two things. I want you to defend Notre Dame at some point.
Sure. No problem.
All right. We'll do that later.
I'm ready.
You're going to defend Notre Dame.
Easily.
Great. And,
Great.
See if you can make that work. Defend Notre Dame in their loser decision.
No problem.
And also, I told Joey we got to call Howard. People are going to want to hear him get upset about the Mets.
I need it.
So yeah,
I need it.
Yeah, we're gonna call Grandpa and see if he can get yelling about Pete Alonzo. It's all coming up here on WGR. Last time they played, Drake May threw the ball to Stefon Diggs 12 times. And the next most targeted receiver, Kayshon Boutte, had 3. Hunter Henry had 4. In terms of how they're going to defend these weapons, Joe, do you have an idea of how they might do it? Like Christian Benford, he doesn't go to the slot that much. I don't feel like he's going to go on Diggs. Is Benford on Kayshon Boutte, and like you're going to take your chances with Taron Johnson covering Stefon Diggs? Like you got Max Hairston, who you did not have in the first matchup. They've got their options, of course. I just don't think it'll be the same kind of 12 targets for Diggs game plan, even from New England.
Probably not, but I mean, I don't think anyone has a whole lot of confidence in Taron Johnson being able to get the job done one-on-one with Diggs in the slot. And like you said, it's not like Christian Benford moves into the slot. And so I am fascinated to find out, because that's kind of the matchup that you're concerned about, partly because you know that the Patriots are going to want to spam that a little bit, but also that this has kind of been an issue. And Taron Johnson's not been good in coverage this year. He's not been good against the run either, and this is an issue. And how do you overcome that? Well, I guess you would say, well, put a different player on him. Well, okay, these are players that aren't repped in those spots. The spacing is different. It's difficult. And so that's a tough one for them to figure out. But I do have great concern about Taron Johnson or Cam Lewis on Diggs in the slot and the challenges that create for the Bills defense. I like the rest of the matchups, but how they deal with that one is going to be a big question mark.
Can I ask everyone? Can we do two things at one time?
I think it's possible.
We're gonna do two things at one time. Okay, ready? And one thing we're gonna do is appreciate the Bills are awesome. Josh Allen's awesome. They make life fun. We love the Bills. They're successful. Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott win together all the time with Josh Allen. They put together a good franchise, top-class franchise in the NFL, and they could win the Super Bowl in the right scenario this year. They might be favorites to make it out of the AFC. They got a big game this weekend. Life's good. Things are good. Can we do something else over here in column B? Or
Sure.
Second
on each shoulder.
Yeah.
Sure.
So we're doing two things. That's number one. Number two is, do the coach and the GM speak to each other?
It's a fair question.
It's kind of funny. Like,
it's a fair question.
If there is, I don't have it. All right.
They typically speak together once at the end of the season.
Okay, that's definitely together and not separate.
I don't remember last year, but I do remember and the draft.
I don't know how often they really are ever see. They do their own media tours. They're here and here and here and here. It's just kind of funny. Like, it's just this.
Yeah.
One thing I like to do about McDermott and Bean, who I think have both done a pretty good job over their tenure here with the Bills. The number of Bills fans that think that the GM just does whatever the coach wants. Because I don't know if they're just mad at the coach for 13 seconds for a while ago. If you're still mad about that, I understand. Plenty of people still are. There are a lot of people that are mad at McDermott, and they just think that every mistake the organization makes
is his fault,
or every misstep is because he told Brandon Beane to do that. Like, he's the reason they drafted all defense this year. He's the reason, XYZ. And I don't think that is correct. I think in a very non-controversial way, I'm just saying as kind of plainly as I can, do they work together on things? Sure. Sean McDermott has kind of laid out the process of the draft, and then he calls the draft Brandon Beane's hit. That's his stage.
Yeah.
Like, that's what he does. They would, of course, consult and work together and I like this player, I like this guy's man. But the GMs, and the coaches.
Yep.
And the
separation of powers.
Right. And the whether or not they agree on everything, I wouldn't expect every coach and every GM around the NFL to agree on everything. I think there would be a normal amount of, I like this, we should do this. We've seen and heard reports of McDermott and people on his own staff disagreeing, right? Brian Dable famously and McDermott clashed or whatever. So I'm not really here to say anything other than they each do their own job.
The Bills gearing up for the New England Patriots kickoff coming up at 1 o'clock this Sunday. We got an estimated injury report from the walkthrough practice yesterday. Dawson Knox did not practice for personal reasons. Terrell Bernard, Joey Bosa, Spencer Brown, and Joshua Palmer were all limited participants. And Cole Bishop and Dalton Kincaid practiced in full. It's your Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres in Vancouver tonight taking on the Canucks. Puck drop set for 10 o'clock with all the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, Rams wide receiver Devontae Adams dealing with a hamstring injury did not practice yesterday. Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison dealing with an Achilles injury was limited in yesterday's practice. And Rome Odunze, dealing with a foot injury, was limited in the Bears practice yesterday as well. In the MLB, another Met signing elsewhere as Pete Alonzo signed a 5-year, $155 million deal with the Baltimore Orioles. And in college football, the University of Michigan fired head football coach Sharon Moore for an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. And Moore was later detained by police as a suspect in an alleged assault. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Sal Capaccio joining us here on the Western Hotline. I regret to inform everyone that I must reset my days without wearing my shirt inside out counter to 0.
It's amazing. And the fact that none of us, nobody on the chat, did nobody in the chat call you out?
Nobody knew. It's a hoodie.
This is not a you problem.
It doesn't have a tag on it.
This is an us problem.
There's a tag like out here, and it happened again where I felt the tag.
This is an us problem.
We didn't notice last time either.
Right.
I really feel responsible as the video editor for not seeing it on any of the stuff that I put up today already. But
we're at twice in 2 weeks, and the real question is, has this been going on for years and nobody caught it?
Well, let's be honest.
Probably.
Howard was not catching it.
True.
I'll have to go back and check the records.
I get dressed in the dark. It happens.
Does.
Yeah, happened again. All right. I've rectified the situation. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today. Nate Geary is in. We're going to talk with Sal Capaccio here on the Western Hotline. And Sal has made a request before we get to the Bills, so let's do that. I said I was going to make Nate defend Notre Dame, and Sal says he wants in on this.
Okay.
Right, Sal? Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm curious. I want you to know the position I'm coming from.
Oh, I listen. I know. I heard you Monday, Tuesday.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
you heard me. I think I think it's childish.
Yep.
I am a Marcus Freeman fan. I like Marcus Freeman. I don't have any dog in the fight. I don't particularly root for Notre Dame. I don't care if they win or lose necessarily, depending on who they're playing. I like Marcus Freeman, and I think it's wrong what they did. But I'm willing to listen. So I'd like to hear your thoughts.
I'm with Sal.
And defense.
The biggest surprise to me was I can't believe the coach would be okay with that. Okay.
Yeah. Did you guys did you follow Reed Ferguson, right?
Yes.
Nate.
Yep.
Did you? I love what Reed wrote initially. He has some thoughts about it, and he said he played high-level college football, obviously, and he wrote, I'd love to know who made the decision. Did the coach unilaterally make it? Did the players agree on it? Did the seniors just accept they would never play for Notre Dame again? These are seniors who probably wanted to play another game, but I don't know. I don't know what the intricacies of, so go ahead.
I can tell you. I know what happened. The players told Marcus Freeman they did not want to play. So the captains in this group particularly, there's a couple of seniors. Largely, they have a lot like the Bills. They have a couple of captains and then a leadership group. The entire leadership group approached Marcus Freeman and said they don't want to play in the game. So this was not a Freeman. This was not a AD decision. This was a player decision from that. They were all together during the committee show, and basically the word is the disappointment in the room was obviously very palpable. The problem here is this argument is being it's a little bit of a couple of things. First and foremost, Notre Dame has lifted a mirror in front of college football, and a lot of people don't like what they see, and they're really mad at Notre Dame for being the one to lift the mirror. College football has been broken.
Now they're the martyr for this.
That's right. No, but here's the thing.
Yeah, now they're the martyr because of this.
Has been broken.
Sal, we're not giving Notre Dame enough credit.
No. I'm not even saying that. I'm not even saying that. What I'm saying is college football has been broken. The bowl system, since this new playoff is in place with 12 teams, it is meaningless. These bowl games are meaningless. And this idea that
I don't disagree.
This idea that Notre Dame's the one that's breaking it. It has been broken. I think if I were to ask you guys, a team that thinks that they are, and I'm not just saying they think this, I think a lot of people think Notre Dame probably had the third or fourth best odds to win a national championship. And thinking that you could win a national championship with this team, playing in the Pop-Tart Bowl wasn't something the players thought was a useful use of their time. Also, 11 other teams have opted out of bowl games. So I know the Pop-Tart Bowl apparently is a really big thing, even though nobody can name who was in the Pop-Tart Bowl last year because it does not matter.
Brown sugar,
cinnamon. Because it doesn't matter.
Frosted strawberry, brown sugar, cinnamon, and s'mores.
I think here's where it comes down for me is as a fan, would I have watched the Pop-Tart Bowl? Yeah, maybe, but
you definitely would have.
I don't think I really don't think I would have.
There's a Notre Dame football game on. You're going to watch it.
But I'm going to tell you this: no fan of Notre Dame is like, oh my God, I can't believe they're not going to play in this game. We're heartbroken. The players aren't heartbroken. They're heartbroken over how the situation happened. And to me, this is not about they should have beaten the head-to-head thing. To me, the head-to-head's out. That is not.
Can I interject because we need to get to the Bills.
We will.
Of course. Yeah. Okay. So I just want to say, I don't care about all of that. You're complicating the entire story and making it about something it's not.
You're just making it about a bowl game, and I get it. I
am not. Can I tell you what it's about?
Yeah.
Listen, okay? There is a system that nobody likes. It's terrible. We all agree it's broken.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure the Notre Dame players didn't care when everybody says the system's broken with NIL and portal. They're all about that, aren't they? Right? This is the system. This is what it is right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what this is? I'm going to give you one analogy. And this is exactly what this is because I have lived this life now because I have a 12-year-old son. This is the travel baseball parent whose kid did not get the starting shortstop position and said, I'm leaving the organization. That's what this is. It's childish.
I think if Notre Dame had been ranked 11 all along, like apparently they should have been, I think Notre Dame would not have had a problem at all missing the playoff. The problem was they had been sold.
The week before they
had been sold. That why wouldn't they believe ESPN? Sure. Why wouldn't they believe the committee?
Who cares?
What do you mean? Who
cares? They were put in a spot. It's clear that these are the rules.
Okay.
You don't like it? I go home. Okay.
No, Sal, you can't say who cares because that to me is just dismissive of what the actual problem is, which was they had a committee show for 5 weeks with one team in a spot that they were apparently not using head-to-head for. Then they used head-to-head in the last one. This is about Alabama to me. This is not about Miami. Miami deserved to be in. All along, I thought Miami deserved to be in.
Now you're in the college football playoff. The issue is they decided not to play a game.
And I think that's the least of the story to me.
Well, to me, that is the entire story.
100%.
And a big part of this is many teams have said we don't want to go to a bowl game because the bowl game structure is falling apart, and that's fine. Above it all, I just remain stunned that Marcus Freeman didn't tell the players that said we don't play. Like, okay, then you don't have to play. Notre Dame football is going to go play football.
That's exactly right. So listen, how many kids are on a Notre Dame program? 100 now these days, right? I don't even know. I think college football, right? Over the last several years, I've seen bowl game after bowl game and team after team. And I agree, all these bowl games, they're terrible or whatever. You know what? A lot of guys opt out. You know what you do? You go play with the backups.
Yep.
It's the logo, the Irish, Notre Dame, everything on the helmet is way bigger than this.
Yeah,
and I agree 100% with what Jeremy's saying.
The players care as much as you guys care.
We're gonna move on to the Bills, but I just like you to answer this question, Nate. What if this happened in the Rudy season? Rudy never plays, huh? Rudy's told the game's canceled.
Still was the last game of the year, so when
they go
it was a regular season.
That team go to a bowl game.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't think bowl games were.
Imagine there's a Rudy on this team right now, and he's about to play, and his parents. I'm half kidding, but I think it's lame. I think it's lame for every team like Bell. Your team, your fans want to see you play. Anyway,
we didn't want to see him play that game.
Good morning, Sal.
I love it. Great job. Okay, sorry, it's 8:15. I was curious what you got about that, and because I heard you tease that.
Listen,
I know. I'll stay later if you want to talk about the Bills. Whatever you want to do.
Things are good with the Bills. Every once in a while, we gotta bring in some passion and some other conversations and some rants. I told everybody we're gonna call Howard later. I just want to hear him yell about Pete Alonzo. So it's nice to mix it in. So, Sal, from Bills practice yesterday, what's the latest? Let's get the injury report going because it's light, right? Like if you're looking at
thinning out.
Yeah, it could always change, but right now, like the injury report looks like it's trending in a very good direction.
It is. It's very encouraging compared to where it has been over the last several weeks. Only one player did not practice yesterday, and that was due to personal reasons, and that was Dawson Knox. So no reason to think that he wouldn't be available to play on Sunday. Otherwise, Terrell Bernard was limited. Joey Bosa was limited. I think that's the big one we're all monitoring and seeing where that goes. Spencer Brown was limited. He told media afterwards he thinks he's good to go for Sunday, so I expect him to play. Joshua Palmer was limited. Now, he's been dealing with that ankle for a while now, so we'll see where that goes. And then great news that Dalton Kincaid not only full, but only has the knee, no longer the hamstring listed on the injury report.
Yep.
Cole Bishop, he left the game with cramping. It is listed as a calf, but he should be fine. He was a full participant. So, yeah. Now, look, I say all this encouraging. they still have guys on IR that aren't coming back, and they're still banged up. Ed Oliver, not until the postseason probably. Michael Hoyt's not coming back. Mecole Hardman's still on IR. Sean McDermott said, we'll see where that goes. But the point is, the guys on the active roster, this is as clean or as good of an injury report as we've seen in a while.
Very good. Well, that's good news because the game's a big one, and having all hands on deck or as many as possible is good. In terms of the guys that have a chance to play, the story was earlier in the week, a chance to play. Do you feel like there's any more clarity on that yet for Joey Bosa and some of these other players that might be trending in the right direction?
No clarity on it. Sean McDermott just basically gave his usual, we'll see where it goes.
Okay.
I do think if it's a Wednesday, to be limited is very encouraging, but I also want to remind everybody, yesterday's practice was a walkthrough, so it's an estimate of what they would be if it were a full practice. Today is a full practice, so we'll see where they are today.
Question for you in terms of injuries, because this got brought up yesterday, Sal, in the press conference, asking about Mecole Hardman, who is going to be eligible next week to be taken off of IR. And Sean McDermott didn't. I kind of assumed the IR stint was kind of just like a soft, like, okay, go over there and the rest of the roster will work on this. But it seems like, if he's healthy, that they might want to try to bring him back as the primary kick returner. And if they do that, they've got some numbers at wide receiver. They're going to have, it would be 7 receivers and someone at another position would have to be sacrificed for this. What are your thoughts on, like, what they do with Mecole Hardman? Because I do think that they like him a lot as a kick returner.
Well, it's not only him, it's Curtis Samuel also still on IR who could come back, right?
Right?
But you're right.
Yep.
Yes. And I think Mecole Hardman gets put in a different bucket because he would be the punt and kick returner. So I don't think he impacts the numbers as much, but you're right. You'd still have to you'd be fat there. I think there's a more immediate question about this, Nate. Right now, you could have 6 healthy wide receivers on Sunday. Are you going with 6? Is there a guy that doesn't dress Sunday? Khalil Shakir, Keon Coleman, Joshua Palmer, assuming he plays, we don't know yet. Tyrell Shavers, Brandon Cooks, Gabe Davis. Are you rolling with 6 wide receivers? You could. If someone sits on Sunday, who is it?
It's a great question.
Probably the guy playing the least amount.
Maybe.
Is that Keon?
Yeah.
Maybe. You might wonder if it's, I don't know. Sal, could it be matchup based where they decide how they're going to attack a team?
Yes,
it could,
100%
it could be just more than just, who plays the fewest snaps.
If Joshua Palmer's healthy, he's playing, right? He is somebody they really like in the passing game. You could say, well, look, Brandon Cooks just got here. Yes, we like what he's doing, but we would need him down the stretch. He's older. I could understand that, but I think they like him a lot, and they want his skill set on the field. So I just think it's an interesting decision coming. I'm looking at the actual overall 53. Is actually something I was going to do today. I was going to tweet out today, and I think I'll do this a little bit later so fans can have a little fun with it. Tweet out the 53-man roster and say, all right, here it is. Assuming everybody's healthy, because it could possibly happen this week, what's the inactive list look like? I think it's actually really interesting to look at and try and pick it out and think, because there's some really interesting decisions coming down the road. They just, by the way, the Darius Slay situation, obviously he's on a reserve list, but right now you only have 5 actual corners and only 3 outside corners, only 3 boundary corners. Are you elevating Dane Jackson? And then, that adds to the numbers and what you're going to do. There's a lot of different things here in moving parts. And then if Joey Bosa is able to play, that at least gives you those 4 defensive ends, Rousseau, Bosa, Epinesa, Solomon. Well, you have 6 defensive tackles right now. One of them is playing defensive end, TJ Sanders, which is not ideal. But what do you do there? Do you let go of somebody? I think there's a lot of roster decisions coming up.
What is going to happen at linebacker?
I was just going to ask that.
That's got to be it.
It's a great question.
Sal,
they've got decisions to make.
Well, there's a couple things going on here. I don't want to go too far into changing a lot of things, but people have noticed that Taron Johnson might not be the same guy that he was, and could it be more base defense for them where they get 3 linebackers on the field? Once Terrell Bernard is able to go, I feel like Shaq Thompson is staying on the field. So what's your best guess for how it all plays out?
Yeah, it's a really great question. I've called it a uncomfortable decision they have to make, or conversation at least. Terrell Bernard is a good young player who they paid. He's their team captain on defense. I think it's also clear to see that the team has been better with Shaq Thompson in the middle of the field. Now, I'm going to say, I think there's circumstances for that. Terrell Bernard's been injured. He's had the ankle injury he's been dealing with, and the front four's been injured. And I think in this particular scheme and setup and system, you have to keep your linebackers clean because they're smaller and they're athletic. That's just what the Bills employ. You could say they shouldn't do that, but that's what the Bills do. They're built to play in a passing 2025 league, right?
Yep.
But what's happened in a passing 2025 league is because so many defenses are doing that, offenses have gone more towards a heavy personnel running type of system and approach. And because of that now, the Bills are finding themselves a little bit lighter and smaller on the defensive end, and Shaq Thompson has kind of fixed that a little bit. So it's a really, really interesting decision. Now, I've said I don't think Shaq Thompson's quite the sideline-to-sideline guy, but he's actually playing really well sideline-to-sideline right now. He scrapes over the top. He finds the ball carrier. He gets there. I don't know the answer to this. Some people have suggested, well, then put Bernard at will. Well, I think long-term that could be the solution.
Yeah.
Long-term, next year. But right now, Matt Milano's playing some pretty good football, too, because I think Shaq Thompson's next to him. And I don't know how much Terrell Bernard's played will linebacker over the last 3 years. And I know they train everybody everywhere. He could do it. But is that really his position now? I just think it's really interesting what they have to decide here.
Yeah. Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of Bills-Patriots. The game could be different this time, Sal. We've kind of talked about that a lot this week. You know, reading New England's side of things and where they are, they're underdogs in this game. And I get the sense that the feeling over there is that that's not shocking to them, right? Like, this is a 5-time defending champ that has beaten a lot of good teams and looks like they're playing a really good brand of football right now. And New England is, listen, they've got a long win streak, but it almost feels like, you know, it's not final boss status, but if they win this game, I think people would be really impressed. It would be their second win over the Bills in the same season. The Bills do not get swept. Sean McDermott defenses and Sean McDermott teams do not lose a second time to a team other than, like, the Chiefs in 2020. Like, they whether it's playoffs or regular season, they win after losing the first matchup. And, you know, you can credit anybody you want to in that, but, you know, the Bills are favorites, and I think it's justified. And I don't think New England is shocked by that either.
No, and yeah, under McDermott, the Bills have never been swept by a division opponent. Mike Vrabel is undefeated coming out of the bye, by the way, 6-0.
Something's got to give.
So he's coming off a bye. I think it's a really good matchup. I'll say this. The Patriots are still the team that I thought they were, but even with a much more explosive offense than I thought they would have, which is they are really hitting on deep balls, explosive plays, and Drake May is the catalyst for that. He's amazing. He really is. He's a good young quarterback. He's really good. And he deserves every bit of the accolades he's getting and to be in the MVP conversation. That said, there's still a team that wants to play a messy game with you. They want to play a game where I believe Sean McDermott's I'm sorry, not Sean McDermott. I think Chris Brown said it best the first time they played, muck it up. They want to muck it up. They want to play a messy game. They want to get you to turn the ball over to them, and they're going to take advantage of that. They don't want to get into a game like the Bills played against the Bengals last week. You asked Ben Volin about that, and I agree with that. Like, maybe they can do it with Drake May. I don't know. They don't want to do it. They want to play a game where you got to be able to have the margins are pretty thin. But they've taken advantage of the margins, and give them credit. Because when they came to Buffalo, the Bills gave them the ball 3 times. The Bills took it away once. But they gave them the ball 3 times. And it still took the Patriots till a final drive field goal. But they don't care. That's how they want to win. And credit to them. You can't play that game. You cannot play that game against them this week.
So you feel like the Bills might come out of the gate aggressive? I mean, that of course they're gonna want to run the ball. And I'm not saying running the ball is not aggressive, but is this a spot where you feel like the Bills will be shooting for a number on the scoreboard? Like, if we can get them out of their game script, they've not shown they can win a game like that.
It's a really good question. I go back and forth. I say, I don't know if they want to do that necessarily. I don't think they're going to try to have to be as aggressive they were against Cincinnati. I don't think you have to, because you don't have to get to 34 points, right, in this game, 39 points to win. So aggressive from that standpoint, Jeremy, I don't think so. I think it's simply about everything we do has got to be about taking care of the football. And it doesn't mean you have to be super – you're going to take calculated risks. Yeah, but you can't be haphazard or things like that. Maybe, though, maybe they come out and go, look, we're going to try and get you into a game you don't want to play. And I don't think they want to play a game like that. They don't want to play a game where they're going to have to rely on Drake May dropping back 30 times and out-dueling Josh Allen. Again, I love the kid, Drake May, watching him. I think he's great, really. But I don't think that's their preferred method of what they want to do for the New England Patriots.
Yeah, and in this matchup for Bills and Patriots, like, To me, that running the ball for the Bills, it's something they were not able to do effectively in the first game, and that's what always kind of gets the Bills off of their game. Is if James Cook has been stopped, they've not had the answers. The last couple weeks, though, using the tight end and Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox this last week against Cincinnati, and last time these two teams played, Kincaid went over 100. He ate against New England, and I feel like we could expect another game where they're going to use tight ends because this offense runs through, when it's at its best, backs and tight ends to kind of mask the inefficiencies they have at receiver. And I think New England is another game where you might want to do that. They have two good corners. Okay, I won't throw at the corners. I'll make sure that I've got a very heavy tight end plan in place.
Yeah, so I think this is, and I just said, you don't want to play that game with them. Again, I'm not saying you shouldn't run the ball, and because I think that is the way to do this here, because this is a game to me. Without Milton Williams on the other side, their expected points, DVOA, all those kinds of things, EPA, expected per play, all their numbers they have not been good against the run. The Patriots, that is, since Milton Williams gone out. They are near the bottom of the league, bottom third of the league against the run since they've lost that guy. I think you got to take advantage of that. I think this is a Reggie Gilliam, Jackson Hawes type of game as well, where you put them on the field, you go at them, you put yourself in situations where then you can be aggressive. You get to 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, and you say, okay, you get to 2nd and 4 and say, we're going to take a shot down the field now. If you could stay two-dimensional like that, that would be great. That just didn't happen the first time around. And the first time around, the Patriots, they did a great job of just extending drives. That the couple plays May made, right? The one to Diggs and all that. And defending Diggs is going to be big in this game for the Bills, no doubt about that. So I think this is going to be a really good football game, and I think the Bills have to just be super careful of not playing the game that the Patriots want to play and somehow dictating the way they want to play to the Patriots.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline ahead of Bills and Patriots. Thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys.
You can read his piece, his latest, at WGR550.com. Sal's, of course, tracking practice, tracking injuries, and storylines for Bills and Patriots Sunday, 1 o'clock. Tonight, there's a Thursday night game. It is Falcons and Bucks, and it looks like Mike Evans is back. Mike Evans is activated off the IR, along with Jalen McMillan. The Bucks' passing game has really struggled. Like, if you probably know this, if you have Emeka Egbuka in your fantasy leagues, Egbuka was lights out, dominating early, and then they lost their other receivers, and it's kind of dried up a bit. He didn't do much against the Bills. But Mike Evans, Jalen McMillan, both back for them. We'll see if Evans can, do what he does. He is playing tonight. I believe the plan is he's hoping to play tonight. He probably will not extend his 1,000-yard streak. He's got a streak of seasons with 1,000 yards, 11 straight seasons for Mike Evans, and he's not going to likely get there this year. So, Thursday Night Football, Falcons and Bucks, a Kirk Cousins game.
Ugh.
If you want it.
Anytime I have to watch Kirk Cousins, it's just like, especially this version of Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, the Falcons season went sideways. They looked good for a little while, and then it went sideways.
Yes, they did. Well, they looked good in one game.
And these two teams played earlier in the season, and Atlanta won because the Bucks missed a kick. I think the Bucks missed a kick at the end of the game.
Bucks missed a kick. Yes, yeah. I believe so.
All right. Yeah. This one will be in Tampa. Looks like Evans will return tonight. Good for him. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us here on WGR. One thing I was thinking about driving in was the defense as a whole. And whether or not we are – I've brought up the point a lot, Nate, about Sean McDermott, the job he's done this year, and whether or not we should be satisfied with what we're seeing from the defense. Because my answer to that is yes. Kind of yes. And the playoffs will, of course, define it fully. But with this Bills team, Josh Allen can carry the offense, right? Undisputed. He can carry the offense. He does it all the time. They've got a good run game. They've got lots going on there. They've got a good tight end. Their receivers come up in spots for them right now. But Allen can carry the offense. And the question really comes down to, can he carry the defense? Can he do that too? Because the defense has its troubles, but at the same time, I don't know. I feel like I'm getting results. I'm getting the results I need. Big plays here and there. And as players start to come back, we're probably going to up our expectation for what we could get from that defense. But, they're in a good spot. And I'm still sitting here thinking McDermott has done a good job, even after a game where they gave up 3 touchdowns on 3 drives to open up against Joe Burrow. They're getting it done. They're getting it done. And as they get healthier, I just wonder if it'll transform to the point where we feel that side, that's a Super Bowl caliber, that's a good enough defense. My read is it probably gets closer to good enough.
That's where I'll be. I don't think that they're ever going to be
Houston this year.
No, I'm hoping. I think the Bills with Josh Allen can win a Super Bowl with like the 17th best defense that gets hot at something, right? Turnovers. I also this week watching some of the shows this week, and I think the Bengals are thought of, especially with Joe Burrow, as a very good football team, even though their defense is historically bad.
Yep.
Beating them last week and how they beat them, giving up 34 points, watching that Bengals offense, I don't put a lot of stock in what the Bills did defensively against that team, and as an indictment of who they are, who they can be moving forward.
Okay.
That was the best passing attack they're going to face all year. There isn't a passing attack nearly as lethal that they'll potentially face in the playoffs. And I just want to acknowledge that, although it's not really a well-formed and built football team, that is the modern-day best passing offense you can play. And I thought the Bills did a good enough job to win the game, and they did. I just don't know. I'm not taking that as an indictment of hey, a couple, how the conversations were after the Ravens game, where, this defense looks really bad.
Right.
Really bad. I don't know that I want to come away with that after that Bengals game, considering, the 2 turnovers back-to-back, the stop we probably don't talk about, which is the stop at the end of the first half, which essentially kept them in the football game.
Yep.
They don't force that punt before the end of the first half, that game's over. I know that they came back from crazy, but that game's over if the Bengals score again before the half.
Right. It's either 24-11 or
28-11. Good luck.
That would have been tough.
Good luck.
For sure.
So, they made important stops in that game.
The Bills gearing up for the Patriots. Kickoff coming up at 1 o'clock this Sunday. We got an estimated injury report from the walkthrough practice yesterday. Dawson Knox did not practice for personal reasons. Terrell Bernard, Joey Bosa, Spencer Brown, and Joshua Palmer were all limited, and Cole Bishop and Dalton Kincaid practiced in full. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres in Vancouver tonight taking on the Canucks. Puck drop set for 10 o'clock with all the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. In the MLB, Another Mets signing elsewhere is Pete Alonzo signed a 5-year, $155 million deal with the Baltimore Orioles. And in college football, the University of Michigan fired head football coach Sharon Moore for an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. And Moore was later detained by police as a suspect in an alleged assault. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
The 11-month reign of the Buffalo Bills is over. It's over. Atop the AFC East, they're done. It was a
Never
nice,
to return, maybe.
Didn't even last a calendar year. We're done. Bye-bye.
Apply tongue to the hardened white turd on the playground by pressing their head down onto it. And that's unfortunate for the Bills, and they don't want to talk about it.
Yes. Memories of a game where the Bills lost in Monday Night Football in a hurricane. And the Boston media declared the division once again belonged to the Patriots. 4 years later, maybe they can actually get it. We'll find out on Sunday if the division race is kept alive. So Nate was asking in the break about like the AFC East. Basically, it's, this week is simple. Win to keep it alive. After that, well, we'll see. The Patriots have multiple roads to winning the division. The New York Times playoff machine puts the Bills odds at like 11%. If the Bills win this game, they would go up to 25%. And the Bills likely have to run the table to make things still possible. And that's Browns and Jets. I don't think they're losing to Shedeur Sanders. Do you? I don't think so. And then
I don't think so, no.
They have to beat the Eagles, who I think are also in disarray. That game, I'm going to make a promise to you right now. No matter how ugly that game gets, I will not be mad about it. They're going to beat the Eagles.
I think so.
It's going to be disgusting because the Eagles play gross games.
Absolutely the least entertaining football of all
Their
time.
defense is ferocious.
They're fine. They're good.
Yes.
They're not like...
They're mean.
Yes.
They will blitz Josh Allen. Kobe Dean will hit Josh Allen 7 times in that game. But the Bills will be fine. Anyway, the Patriots win the division by A, winning Sunday, or B, beating the Jets and the Dolphins. That's all they have to do. The game against the Bills doesn't have to matter. The game against the Ravens doesn't have to matter. If they beat the Jets and Dolphins, they're going to win the division no matter what the Bills do, period. So they have multiple roads to do it. Meanwhile, tonight, Falcons and Bucks from Tampa. And then who else are we looking for here? Whenever we talk about the rest of the AFC and like the bottom of the picture, it ends up all coming back to, are the Chiefs going to make it?
Yeah, basically. I think the same thing about the Ravens, too. Like, are the Ravens going to make it? But they're bad, so I don't know. Does it feel like the Chiefs are bad? Because it doesn't feel like they're bad.
No, they're not bad. They're
unlucky, finally?
Maybe that's a part of it.
There's some flaws.
They've lost some superpowers. They've
I would agree with that.
Yeah, they're definitely not bad. They are under 500, which is kind of amazing. How would we handle that? Can you imagine? Because what they've got there is they've won 3 Super Bowls.
Yes, been to 5?
You have a bad year, and it's like, all right, whatever, some stuff's gone wrong. If the Bills were 6-7, they got to 6-6, and they ran the table, and they made a big change. If the Bills were to miss the playoffs, it would be what? Plenty of fans would see that as the opportunity. Now's the time. You can make your change, and no one will think you're an idiot. You fire the coach. I don't know how far you'd want to go. But if the Bills were to miss the playoffs with Josh Allen, we would see it as a line has been crossed. This is not okay.
Would agree.
Right?
Would agree. But I don't think I would think that if they had won 3 Super Bowls and been to 5.
Agree.
So
right, you get some
right.
Yeah, you get some grace.
And there is just so much revisionist history from Chiefs fans. And not just Chiefs fans. One of my good buddies, Matt Verderam, who writes for Sports Illustrated and covers the Chiefs and writes about the Chiefs. And I'm just like, guys, where you know, and we talked about it before we got on. Like Ben Solak wrote a piece where, you know, they got to trade two first round picks for Justin Jefferson, and it's just like, you know, I think about right now their roster, their offensive weapons. Hollywood Brown would probably be the Bills' number one receiver. Rashee Rice would definitely be the Bills' number one receiver. You know, Worthy, probably not. I mean, Worthy's not. Worthy is just fast Keon Coleman. They are both the same player.
Worthy would run Joe Brady routes.
Yes.
Right? Joe Brady routes is run down the field and stretch for everybody.
Yes.
And I mean,
would be welcome in this offense.
There were plenty of reports that Joe Brady really liked Xavier Worthy. Maybe he wanted him to run Joe Brady routes.
Yes.
But no, he's not been. Listen, would it be crazy to say the biggest impact that Xavier Worthy has had was like in the AFC Championship game?
Yep, which is fine. That's a good time to have big impact.
That's a good time to have a big impact. Right?
I just think this idea that like they don't have good pass catchers is just not true. And they have arguably one of the best offensive lines in football. And they've had the best receiving tight end of all time. And I know he doesn't look the same anymore.
He has cost them multiple games by dropping passes into opponents' hands.
No doubt about that.
Philadelphia and Houston. Like you lost because he dropped the ball into their hands.
He's still the number 3 fantasy tight end this year. He is productive as hell at 36. I just don't, obviously I don't have sympathy for the Chiefs, but I just think them crying about Andy Reid being not a good coach.
Well, then what is it?
I think that they were artificially propped up by having an unbelievable run in one-score games that was not sustainable. I think it's as easy as that. Is they went from being the most consistent team in one-score games, winning them always, to a team that's not winning them. And because in those moments, it's a play or two. It's a handful of plays, sometimes one play in a one-score game that tilts the difference. And I think I also think there's a little bit of that Eagles game revealed a little about how to beat them. Somebody smoked them, and no one had really smoked them before.
No, that's right. That's right.
And I think it revealed some things about them, their flaws. I don't hate the argument that Andy Reid's, gimmicks have sort of been caught up to. I don't disagree totally with that. But like Patrick Mahomes wears a little bit of the fault in this. He's not been as good. So he also, some of the drops.
Last week they didn't lose because of Mahomes.
No, they did not.
No,
they did not. But I think it's a lot of little things. And I also just think what this proves is how hard it is to be a consistent winner in the NFL. It is really hard. And I will say though, Josh Allen's down season, they were 6-6, won a division. And I think this just provides a little bit even more to me reason to, not that I think people need reasons to respect Josh Allen, but Josh Allen should, in a year where the other 3 quarterbacks he's continuously compared to are not going to make the playoffs, Josh Allen's never missed since entering elite status. So, also, I know we got to get to a break. You hear Joe Burrow's press conference yesterday?
I did hear Joe Burrow's press conference yesterday. We should play some of it.
Yeah.
We should play it. Yeah, so if you didn't hear Joe Burrow's press conference yesterday, he was sullen, introspective. He was the takeaway people are saying, it's like, this sounds like Andrew Luck before he stepped away.
Yeah, it sounds, or like it's kind of like Jack Eichel. Like a little like
I got to get out of this franchise.
Yeah. And in a little bit of it, I agree with him, but also like they did everything he wanted. They signed his receivers.
They definitely don't do that. I mean, it's not. They've signed good receivers. They don't commit long-term money. No. They don't pay their players on time. They're constantly at odds with their own players.
Yep.
It's not an organization that is exactly the model of. I mean, the idea that you can't have Burrow, Chase, and Higgins and still good players is a myth. You definitely can have other good players still. It's yeah.
If I were the Jets after hearing that,
I would.
Even
if he doesn't get hurt, Nate, they're what?
Great.
They're in the playoffs.
They're very good.
Yeah, they're in the playoffs if he doesn't get hurt. So he was talking about how he's been through a lot physically, mentally. He's like, I've been through a lot, more than most. They're asking him if it's still fun. He's like, well, it better be still fun. Like, I'm not going to do it if it's not fun.
But after hearing that, if I were the Jets, I would say, you want all the first-round picks we just got? We'll give them all to you right now.
Yeah, because if you want to have fun, you go play for the Jets. That's what you do. That's Joe, there's a team on the line. They heard you're not having enough fun.
It's the Jets.
Who is it? Oh,
Yeah.
it's the Jets.
Yeah.
I'm retiring. I don't think it's fun playing for the Jets.
No, it's not.
Anyway, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today. Nate's in here on a icy Thursday, so take some time driving wherever you're driving, walking as well. Don't fall today. Put some, put your snow tires on, put your good boots on, whatever you got to do because it is icy out there. 803-0550. Pick of the week coming up, and we got our fantastic four-way parlay for tonight's game. Nate's stepping in for Joe. Nate, you'll be introduced to Owen the Parlay Killer. He's got.
I've been formally introduced before.
Okay,
Yeah,
good. Yeah. Well, has you ever been around him killing a parlay for you? No. He's got you in his sights right now. He's looking at you.
I'm
going to kill this dude's
honestly,
parlay.
Though,
it's violent.
My luck in parlays lately.
Gnarly.
I don't think there's going to be anything he's going to do to ruin my current streak of not winning.
Good,
so.
Very good. 803-0550. Sabres play as well. They'll be in Vancouver tonight. We can maybe chat about the Sabres for a minute because I mentioned something earlier. I also tweeted out a grandfather clock and a Stranger Things Season 4 reference. What the path forward is for the Sabres. Maybe we'll throw some ideas around. You can join us as well at any point if you want on any of that. Wide open for you here on a Thursday. Bills Patriots Sunday on WGR.
This hour, Jeremy and Joe.
Can I ask everyone? Can we do two things at one time?
I think it's possible.
We're gonna do two things at one time. Okay, ready? And one thing we're gonna do is appreciate the Bills are awesome. Josh Allen's awesome. They make life fun. We love the Bills. They're successful. Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott win together all the time with Josh Allen. They put together a good franchise, top-class franchise in the NFL, and they could win the Super Bowl in the right scenario this year. They might be favorites to make it out of the AFC. They got a big game this weekend. Life's good. Things are good. Can we do something else over here in column B? Or
sure.
Second
on each shoulder.
Yeah.
Sure.
So we're doing two things. That's number one. Number two is, do the coach and the GM speak to each other?
It's a fair question.
It's kind of funny.
It's a fair question.
If there is, I don't have it. All right.
They typically speak together once at the end of the season.
Okay, that's definitely together and not separate.
I don't remember last year, but I do remember in the draft.
I don't know how often they really are ever see. They do their own media tours. They're here and here and here and here. It's just kind of funny. Like it's just this.
Yeah.
One thing I like to do about McDermott and Beane, who I think have both done a pretty good job over their tenure here with the Bills. The number of Bills fans that think that the GM just does whatever the coach wants. Because I don't know if they're just mad at the coach for 13 seconds for a while ago. If you're still mad about that, I understand. Plenty of people still are. There are a lot of people that are mad at McDermott, and they just think that every mistake the organization makes
is his fault,
or every misstep is because he told Brandon Beane to do that. Like, he's the reason they drafted all defense this year. He's the reason, X, Y, Z. And I don't think that is correct. I think in a very non-controversial way, I'm just saying as kind of plainly as I can, do they work together on things? Sure. Sean McDermott has kind of laid out the process of the draft, and then he calls the draft Brandon Beane's hit. That's his stage.
Yeah.
Like, that's what he does. They would, of course, consult and work together and I like this player, I like this guy's man. But the GMs, and the coaches.
Yep.
And the
separation of powers.
Right. And the whether or not they agree on everything, I wouldn't expect every coach and every GM around the NFL to agree on everything. I think there would be a normal amount of, I like this, we should do this. We've seen and heard reports of McDermott and people on his own staff disagreeing, right? Brian Daboll famously and McDermott clashed or whatever. So I'm not really here to say anything other than they each do their own job. Anyway, Joe, the Bills are trying to avenge a loss from earlier in the season. And my favorite thing to think about for this game is like, what will be different this time around? Not in result, but in process, right? Like, what is different about the Bills from week 4 or 5? It was week 5. And what's different about the Patriots since week 5? So let's start with the Bills in terms of what you think is different about them that New England will have to adjust to with how the Bills operate, 3 months later.
Well, I think the biggest thing is defensively. I think the Bills are a lot different team than the one they were in week 5. And we had talked a lot in the preseason about how the first stretch of the year is going to be tough for the defense with a lot of new pieces kind of coming together and, pieces not being available. And obviously the personnel hasn't quite been able to stabilize. But going back to that game, I mean, the Bills at defensive tackle, it was Fedarian Mathis having to play for the first time and Zion Logue at defensive tackle. It's still Taylor Rapp in the lineup. And we know the shift, right, that has happened with Poyer stepping in and how things have really stabilized on the back end. It's before McDermott's involvement in play calling defensively. Matt Milano popped his pec in that game. There was like a lot of things that weren't ideal, and I think will be different this time. I think the Bills obviously have things they have to overcome defensively in every single game, but I think that they're in a lot better position defensively just with how more connected they are with their overall scheme. They're playing cover 3 better. They're playing more man. They're using their back 7 depth to play matchups better. And so I think this team from a defensive perspective is a lot different than the one we watched in week 5. And, I think there's been some elements of the offense as well that have shifted quite a bit. Obviously the landscape of the receiver room is different. And that's going back to a time where Keon Coleman was your guy playing the most snaps. Well, now he's the receiver that plays the least amount of snaps. And so I think that's improved things. And I think this team is a lot more aware of who they are at this point in the season than they were back in week 5.
Auto sales and their pick of the week. So, all right, we've got Sabres and Canucks tonight. You like that for your pick of the week? No, maybe not. NFL games this week. Of course, Bills and Patriots is a good one. You've got, are the Bucs wearing their creamsicles tonight?
Oh, my God, can we find that out?
I don't think they are. And NFL.com, the Thursday Night Football little picture, is got the Bucs and the creamsicles. I don't know if that's actually happening tonight. But, all right, games out there. Pick of the week. This is the best game to watch this week. Baltimore-Cincinnati. That one's got some stakes. Chiefs-Chargers. Chargers win. The Chiefs are out. Out. Not like, I think they're kind of out. No, out. Dunzo. Green Bay-Denver. Detroit and the Rams. That one's in L.A. So a couple of good games here. And, of course, Bills-Patriots on the docket as well. Here's your pick of the week. You see what the temperature is going to be in Chicago for Cleveland and Chicago?
No, is it?
Yeah,
0?
Lower.
Really?
Yeah. The real feels like looking like it could be among the coldest in Bears history. And the Bears
and they've
have had,
played some doozies.
Yes. So the forecast in Chicago, kickoff for the Bears game is 12 o'clock Sunday. The high will be 7, and wind chills are expected to go to minus 15.
So this is, I think, we're going to see the Caleb Williams thing in real time, because that's got to be that'll be the coldest game he's ever played in. And I kind of was curious about how he was going to play in these cold games. This is going to be that's it. Against that defense, having Myles Garrett coming at you in negative 15 wind chill.
That sounds terrible.
I'd be at sick day.
Would not recommend.
PTO.
Yep. Alan in the car, quick. Good morning, Alan.
Yeah, good morning. Real quickly, you guys remember the 21 season when the Pats came here in the big win game and they beat us. A lot of fans and a lot of media thought Belichick was back and he was in our mind. He was in McDermott's mind. I remember December 26th when that game was to decide the division. If we won, and then we'd have to win the next 2. They lost the week before the Pats did to Indy.
Yep.
Everybody was saying, a couple media members here were saying, writers, this is Belichick's game. He's not going to lose this. Mac Jones was having a great rookie year. He was the quarterback of the future. They actually had a tougher schedule in New England. And I remember how nervous I was. I did not enjoy my Christmas that year. The spread was a 0.5 point to a point New England, then it switched back to Buffalo, and by kickoff it was pick'em. And I really think this Bills get the game has a similarity. Yes, May is definitely better. But I look at this game, I think, and the Bills came out, it was 10-10 in that game. I look back 7-7, and I bookmarked a lot of media that back then, like Tim and Sal Capaccio, they all said that the Pats were going to win that game. And I still think, and a lot of media this time are going the other way. I think the Bills win this game, and I think they win by 10 or more. And there's a lot of similarities to that game. I'll hang up and listen to you. Take care.
I don't really know the similarities, other than it being the Bills and the Patriots. I mean, the Bills were decidedly a better team that year, and they lost the game where New England passed the ball 3 times. That was one of their no punt games. They went no punts. Isaiah McKenzie, 11 for 125 and a touchdown. That's the Isaiah McKenzie game. But I guess the similarity is that you're going to New England to beat them after they beat you. The difference to me was that year, New England's win was definitely a fluke. And this year, New England's win was not a fluke. That year, that's like peak Allen can, well, I guess he can still do this. He had 314 and 3 touchdowns. They had 47 passing attempts in that game. I can tell you also, I remember saying after the Hurricane game that it was a big lie, and that's where the genesis of Sun Tzu came out, because you want to talk about media members that claimed it was Belichick's masterclass. It was Peter King who wrote a column about how he had an interview in his office and saw Art of War, Sun Tzu, and that's when I started snarking Sun Tzu all the time on Belichick. So thanks for the call, Alan. The same 2 teams, I don't really know what's the same. Mac Jones was never as good as Drake May already is. Right? Like, period.
Correct.
Mac Jones was never as good as Drake May already is.
I would agree.
I wonder where Drake May will land in the NFL Top 100 next year. Because Mac Jones did get to 85 after his rookie season.
I would think that's
and he made
probably the baseline for him.
Maybe.
I think he'll be in the 50s.
Yeah, it could be. Thanks, Alan. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Looking at the player stats from that game. McKenzie, 11 for 125. Diggs, for 7 for 85 and a touchdown. Diggs, 13 targets. McKenzie, 12. I like that. That game, I remember watching the L22. Josh Allen had some of the best throws of his entire career. Like,
no doubt.
Threading 3 needles in a row on the way to a spot where only Isaiah McKenzie made incredible catches in that game too. And I think the only time they got stopped in that game might have been a 4th and 1 that they didn't get. So anyway, I don't hear a lot of people picking New England, to be totally honest. Like, I think Bills fans sound pretty confident. They're favored to win that game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. Anyway, Joe, the Bills are trying to avenge a loss from earlier in the season. And my favorite thing to think about for this game is like, what will be different this time around? Not in result, but in process, right? Like, what is different about the Bills from week 4 or 5? It was week 5. And what's different about the Patriots since week 5? So let's start with the Bills in terms of what you think is different about them that New England will have to adjust to with how the Bills operate, 3 months later.
Well, I think the biggest thing is defensively. I think the Bills are a lot different team than the one they were in Week 5, and we had talked a lot in the preseason about how the first stretch of the year is going to be tough for the defense with a lot of new pieces kind of coming together and pieces not being available, and obviously the personnel hasn't quite been able to stabilize. But going back to that game, I mean, the Bills at defensive tackle, it was Fedarian Mathis having to play for the first time and Zion Logue at defensive tackle. It's still Taylor Rapp in the lineup. And we know the shift, right, that has happened with Poyer stepping in and how things have really stabilized on the back end. It's before McDermott's involvement in play calling defensively. Matt Milano popped his pec in that game. There was like a lot of things that weren't ideal, and I think will be different this time. I think the Bills obviously have things they have to overcome defensively in every single game, but I think that they're in a lot better position defensively just with how more connected they are with their overall scheme. They're playing cover 3 better. They're playing more man. They're using their back 7 depth to play matchups better. And so I think this team from a defensive perspective is a lot different than the one we watched in Week 5. And, I think there's been some elements of the offense as well that have shifted quite a bit. Obviously the landscape of the receiver room is different. And that's going back to a time where Keon Coleman was your guy playing the most snaps. Well, now he's the receiver that plays the least amount of snaps. And so I think that's improved things. And I think this team is a lot more aware of who they are at this point in the season than they were back in Week 5.
I also this week, watching some of the shows this week, and I think the Bengals are thought of, especially with Joe Burrow, as a very good football team, even though their defense is historically bad.
Yep.
Beating them last week and how they beat them, giving up 34 points, watching that Bengals offense, I don't put a lot of stock in what the Bills did defensively against that team, and as an indictment of who they are, who they can be moving forward.
Okay.
That was that was the best passing attack they're going to face all year. There isn't a passing attack nearly as lethal that they'll potentially face in the playoffs. And I just want to acknowledge that, although it's not really a well-formed and built football team, that is the modern-day best passing offense you can play. And I thought the Bills did a good enough job to win the game, and they did. I just don't know. I'm not taking that as an indictment of hey, a couple, how the conversations were after the Ravens game, where, this defense looks really bad.
Right.
Really bad. I don't know that I want to come away with that after that Bengals game, considering, the 2 turnovers back-to-back, the stop we probably don't talk about, which is the stop at the end of the first half, which essentially kept them in the football game.
Yep.
They don't force that punt before the end of the first half, that game's over. I know that they came back from crazy, but that game's over if the Bengals score again before the half.
Right. It's either 24-11 or
28-11. Good luck.
That would have been tough.
Good luck.
For sure.
So, they made important stops in that game.
The Bills gearing up for the Patriots with kickoff coming up at 1 o'clock this Sunday. We got an estimated injury report from the walkthrough practice yesterday. Dawson Knox did not practice for personal reasons. Terrell Bernard, Joey Bosa, Spencer Brown, and Joshua Palmer were all limited participants in practice. Cole Bishop and Dalton Kincaid practiced in full. That's your Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres in Vancouver tonight taking on the Canucks. Puck drop set for 10 o'clock with all the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, the Bucs activated Mike Evans with this collarbone injury from injured reserve, and he'll make his return tonight against the Falcons. Rams wide receiver Devontae Adams dealing with a hamstring injury did not practice yesterday. Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison dealing with an Achilles injury was limited in practice yesterday, and Roma Dunze dealing with that foot injury was limited as well. In the MLB, another Met signing elsewhere is Pete Alonzo signed a 5-year, $155 million deal with the Baltimore Orioles. And in college football, the University of Michigan fired head coach Sharon Moore for an inappropriate relationship with a staff member, and Moore was later detained by police as a suspect of an alleged assault. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
If I want to keep doing this, I have to have fun doing it. You know, I've been through a lot, and if it's not fun, then what am I doing it for? The mindset I'm trying to bring to the table.
Seem frustrating.
There's just a lot of things going on right now.
Football related, personally?
All the above. Like you said, there's nothing. All we can do is focus week to week and try to win games. I don't think anybody's really thinking about the playoffs right now. That's within reach, but on our fingertips. So we just got to keep doing what we're doing and try to get better.
Joe Burrow. A lot going on right now. The vibes from Burrow in his media session yesterday, if you're in Cincinnati, you're nervous. Like, well, is he going to want out? Does he want to go somewhere else? Does he want to retire? Let's hope not. He's too good. Anyway, good morning. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today, and Nate Geary is seated over there. We opened the show trying to convince Nate to get a dog. We really haven't done much of that since.
No.
The SPCA radioathon happening, our sister station, News Radio 930 WBEN, raising money, and also, you can donate, become an angel for the animals, or you can just go to the SPCA and, adopt. I don't know what the puppy count is at right now, if they still got puppies, but I don't know when we're going to get a puppy. Another one. We have our one dog.
You've kind of substituted dogs for children.
There are children. Yes. There are a lot of them.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's not like you're slacking or something.
No.
I feel like
that is right. Yeah. There's a lot of things around my feet when I'm walking through the house. There's a lot of that.
Yeah. Like you're living everyone's like worst Lego nightmare, which is just like there are things on the ground, as you mentioned, dressing in the dark. I'm sure there's a lot of movement in the dark.
There's that too. Yeah. There's Legos. There's toys. The other thing, let me tell you, a sneaky thing. It's kind of like how when you learn something in your home is there, you can walk through your house blindfolded, probably, right? Because you know the steps here and there. We, over the course of the twins growing up, we had these high chairs. But the thing about high chairs, old school high chairs, Nate, they would tip over, right? Because they're like these columns, these towers. And the new ones, the legs go out quite a bit. So it's got a big, wide base. Yeah. So you really can't tip over the high chair because it's got such a wide base. You can't tip over it, but you can fall over it. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
The number of times I've kicked a high chair across the room accidentally, just like, poof, your foot goes right into it. It's tough.
The thing about it, too, is in that moment, the way you are walking, you are doing everything you can not make noise. So you've really modified your gait.
Yeah.
And so at that point, when you hit something, staying upright is basically impossible.
It becomes
you're hitting ground.
A learned skill.
Yeah, you're hitting ground.
Yeah. I should be treated the way that NFL players get treated. Like, I'll just drop to the ground. Like, he appears to be a little shaken up on the play. Trainers come out. What happened?
And
it's like, that's the high chair.
It also makes
got me.
the most noise that could possibly be made. Yeah.
8030550. All right. I've got a tweet. I've got a tweet out there. I've got a cryptic tweet. I'm leaning in. Cryptic tweet. Somebody said you're so obsessed with the receivers now you're tweeting like one. Yes. I like that. So I've tweeted a picture of Vecna's clock from Stranger Things Season 4. If you haven't seen the show, that's fine. Basically, somebody sees this clock and
you gonna die.
It means it's not,
it's the end of you.
It means, things are not going to go well for you. So I tweeted out that picture. And here's let me run a theory. Last time I had a conspiracy theory, it was how the Bills really, really wanted to get a receiver at the deadline and didn't. I thought it was Brian Thomas Jr. Ended up being Jalen Waddle. I was, connecting dots. Can I connect a couple dots here for everybody?
Please.
Okay. And again, I don't have a report, but I think that from what I'm hearing over here and over here and over here, I think we are close to the Sabres making a big change. And I think if you say, why would they do it? They never make changes. That's something I would say. Why would they do this? They never make big changes, especially in season. And if they are going to change their GM because they're, again, at the bottom and bad and consistently lacking for motivation and players and blah, 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 what's different this time? And I would offer up a theory that Lindy makes things different. And here's how. So I think that if you are going to work for, as in management of the Bills or the Sabres, a GM or a coach, you have to have a relationship with the owner that the owner trusts you.
Yeah.
Right? That's a big part of why when people talk about McDermott and Bean, hey, if they miss the playoffs, could they get fired? If they lose again, could they? It's different. It's different. I think it's important to have a good relationship with the owner. He wants people he can trust and he can count and he can go to. And, if I owned a sports team, I might feel the same way. I wouldn't want to just turn the keys over to someone that never talks to me. So anyway, Kevin Adams has been in the job for a long time.
Too long.
He got the job because he was someone they knew and they trusted, right? They didn't like Bottrell. It went poorly, and even afterwards, it's like, hey, the process that found GMs, we didn't like that, so we just picked a guy that we like. I'm kind of paraphrasing here. So when Lindy comes back as the head coach, and Kevin Adams reaches out and gets Lindy, the Sabres are able to get Lindy in part because Lindy has ties here. Lindy cares about the market. He lives here. He cares about the franchise. He's he's a rafters kind of guy. And if there's anybody that could, talk to the owner and say, listen, the GM is not getting it done. And you got to do something here. You've got to do something about the GM. And that might not resonate with the owner unless it's someone that he trusts. And Lindy would have been a person that he already did trust, right? Lindy was here when the Bagulas bought the team. And the idea of firing coaches that was difficult to do. That seemed like no way. And they fired Lindy, and it was an emotional time, and it was tough. And he went on, and he had success. And Lindy Ruff has worked for other GMs and other organizations. To me, when they brought Lindy back, the best selling point about it was he's succeeded not only here, but Dallas and a limited amount in New Jersey. He's got credibility. Now he comes back home. He sees the operation, and he says, all right, if you want to have an honest conversation, you want my honest opinion of this, what I think about all this? I think that this is not a good situation. I think you might want to do something about what is going on here.
And it sounded like that he had gotten to the tipping point talking about the goaltender situation and how it's not ideal. And the Ostlund, I felt like that might have been the moment where he felt he needed to get in front of the media and make it known.
Maybe. Sure. Or maybe hey, I'm going to say something in such a way that I'm going to make it clear that I don't really think what's going on here is being done well. Again, we're kind of inferring here or implying or guessing. You want to say guessing, that's fine. But to me, it would make sense. Before Kevin Adams, it's Bottrell who, it went poorly. Kruger, his first coach is Kruger. Then they go out and they hire Granato, who's in the building. And again, they trust Granato. They like Granato. Lindy is the one. Lindy is the one that might make a difference and say, he's been out there. He's like the consultant that's been around and worked for GMs and seen other teams and would be able to go into a room and say, what we've got here is not a good thing.
Yeah.
And if, I know it's a hard conversation. You might not want to hear it, but I'm going to tell you the truth. And I just feel like his opinion could resonate. So for me to get to, why would they make a change when they never do this? How is this season any different than any other? There's always a breaking point. There's always going to be a time where it's just things have gone in such a way that we just cannot not make a change. fire Adams, a sell the team chant at the game at the whole last home game.
Yeah.
A sell the team chant. Like these are moments where it becomes okay.
It's just untenable. It's
sure. So if they came back from a road trip and they're home on Thursday next week against the Flyers and they're down 1-0 in the first, am I getting sell the team chance? Like I can't live like that. From all sides of the story, the Sabres are getting more people back in the building. Maybe they're kind of, finding ways to get people back in the building. The building has been a little bit.
It's been better.
Well, sure. And I'm not. If I use the phrase suspiciously full, that sounds like I think it's shady.
Sure.
But they're finding ways to get people in the building. And that means if it's not a season ticket holder, if it's a person that's found their way to tickets and you've got fans that are maybe more likely to express displeasure.
Get after it.
Yes. So maybe by the next home game, there's a big change because a sell the team chant and a fire Adams chant now becoming somewhat routine. Like, all right, we've reached the point where it's no longer tenable. And the team leaves for about a week and a half. We can try and, have a couple meetings. There's no home games. Let's iron things out. What do we want to do? And then, of course, it becomes what is the next phase? Is it just Jarmo Kekalainen becomes your GM? Is Lindy still your coach? I mean, Lindy's not your coach next year. I think we all know that.
I would agree with that.
So does that mean he's in a different role? Does that mean he's elevated and he's in a managerial position? I don't know. I don't know anything in terms of like what the future holds, but I think there's going to be a change before the next home game. So there's my theory.
And it will have been warranted, obviously.
Oh, more than
obviously.
Of course.
Yeah,
more than
this
warranted.
feels like a move that should have been made 3 seasons ago.
Sure, would have been easily defendable 3 seasons ago.
Yes.
So there you go. There's the theory.
Here's the other thing. So I was listening to you and Joe talk about this. Maybe it was Monday, maybe it was like late last week. But like the move needs to be done so that people know that change is capable of happening, and any change for the sake of change for this team right now is a net positive regardless. But does it feel like I'm asking a lot if, the obvious move is Jarmo's going to general manager and now he's there? Like, are the obvious things going to happen now? Like, has this just all been so bottlenecked by a general manager who is paralyzed and cannot make decisions, any decisions whatsoever? Do those decisions now just get made? Like, do they get rid of a goalie? Do they trade people? Do they get rid of people? Like, I don't know. I guess I'm maybe holding my breath that like the really obvious things that everybody has just been saying are just obvious things will happen. But I think it's at least a start.
Yeah. The thing about Kekalainen as an idea, if that is ultimately like who makes the calls?
Yeah.
He doesn't live here yet. He's allowed to work remotely.
Yeah.
So
he's going to have to live here.
Yeah, you have to now you live here.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the plan. Is Eric Stahl they hired some people to be senior advisors, assistants. Like they added a little bit to the front office to try and guide this whole thing, and of course it's still in the wrong spot. So they play Vancouver tonight. The only thing that throws a wrench in this, like, what if they beat Vancouver and they beat Seattle and they come home and they've won 3 in a row? Like, could that undo it?
If it does, then
of course you'd like to think no. Of course that won't undo your organizational plans. If in fact you plan to make a move. But, coaches have been fired after wins, and GMs have been fired after wins. Like,
Paul made a point yesterday with me before you got here where it was like, don't let one game. He was talking about Edmonton, but this applies for tonight and, however many games that he lasts. Don't let a successful night.
Don't be a prisoner of the moment.
The reality of your situation.
A prisoner of the moment.
You cannot think that things are going to change. Right. It's been too long. It's been too much. You know what it is. A win doesn't change it. You play 82 games, you're going to look good some nights.
Right. And really what they struggle for and what they have to find a way back to is something that they've flirted with, like organizational league credibility.
Right.
And they don't have a lot of it right now.
No.
They don't have a lot of it right now.
And I think,
I don't know what hire would get them that. Like if Brendan Shanahan called and said, I'll run it, I feel like you should say yes.
Yeah, immediately.
Absolutely you should.
Yes.
But even
if it's not
honestly, I don't think a hire needs to be made to gain credibility. I think a firing
is the first.
Yes,
is the first
that's
stage.
the first.
That's
Listen,
it.
I'm here to say, like, if it's interim for a while and you hire somebody in the offseason,
sure.
Listen, this is how the NHL works. If Briere got fired in Philly, I would do it.
100%.
I would hire him.
Yes.
That would help.
100%.
Is it the best idea? I don't know. I keep saying every single time we talk about a former Sabre, the 05-06 reunion is coming up in a couple of weeks. I am 1,000% serious when I say have it be a GM job fair.
Right.
1,000%.
Drury's probably getting fired in New York.
Max Afinogenov is coming in. Max,
what are you doing, Max?
What do you think?
What are you up to?
The 05-06 reunion is a job fair.
Yeah.
Who wants to work here and get us on track?
Miller.
Everybody loves everybody in this room because of what that team was.
Right.
Ryan Miller, do you want the job? Thomas Vanek, do you want the
Or
job?
do some of you guys want to come in and just help? Does somebody want to be an advisor?
You might have to give them bigger jobs because they all work. They all currently work for the Sharks.
Right, exactly.
They all work for the Sharks.
But I think if you are able to get rid of the rot in the organization first, and you approach a group of guys that all have incredible memories here, Lindy Ruff's here again.
Yep.
Can you get a band back to? And is this, just an emotional whatever? Maybe, but it could be great because those guys are all smart.
Sure,
Miller is smart.
And
Drury is all of them are smart guys.
And it's not unusual in hockey to hire people that have run your organization before. It's just how it's done.
Exactly.
And in the case of Miller and Vanek, they're working in front offices.
Right.
So, or you could hire a GM with experience. I mean, whatever. There are so many ideas, and some of them will be bad, and some of them will be better. And I'm not kidding. I think the job fair, the 05-06 job fair is my favorite idea I've had in a while. Tony Ludman, are you here? Do you want the job?
Right.
Henrik Verlinder?
It's crazy. By the way, I think Yarmo's been in town more frequently.
Okay, good.
He's been around. I don't know that he's moved here, but he has been present.
An emotional investment in the team, just doing things that could make people feel good, would be a nice change from the current, which is there's not really been anything to even say, hey, fans, we know you're, just give us something. Just give fans some level of emotional investment that gets people interested in at least caring again.
Josh Norris is hurt again?
Injury or illness and soreness was the quote from.
In fairness, that was going to be my reason for not being able to come in tonight. This morning. I'm pretty sore and I've been
injured and sore.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sore from shoveling the water off my sidewalk yesterday, so I had to come in today. I don't know. It's kind of tough.
803-0550 is our phone number if you want to throw a phone call our way. The fantastic four-way parlay with a new member.
Hello.
Mr. Nate Geary will be throwing a leg into this. Should we call Joe? Should we offer him an auxiliary leg? I don't know what we'll do.
I don't know.
When I've been off, I've just texted in my pick.
It's true.
You know what we'll do? We'll have Nate get a pick. I'll text Joe, and we'll pick which one we like the best.
That's a good idea. And I can't wait for you to not take mine, and then you guys be the reason you guys, lose.
But Owen's the parlay killer. You
I know.
You can't be the parlay
No,
killer.
I intend to not be.
If we hit with Nate,
yeah,
and Joe is not here,
that could be
that's
telling.
There's, we got to have a conversation.
803-0550, Thursday Night Football on the way this evening. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today. Nate's in here on WGR. Last time they played, Drake May threw the ball to Stefon Diggs 12 times, and the next most targeted receiver, Keyshawn Butte, had 3. Hunter Henry had 4. In terms of how they're going to defend these weapons, Joe, do you have an idea of how they might do it? Like Christian Benford, he doesn't go to the slot that much. I don't feel like he's going to go on Diggs. Is Benford on Keyshawn Butte, and you're going to take your chances with Taron Johnson covering Stefon Diggs? Like you got Max Hairston, who you did not have in the first matchup. They've got their options, of course. I just don't think it'll be the same kind of 12 targets for Diggs game plan, even from New England.
Probably not, but I mean, I don't think anyone has a whole lot of confidence in Taron Johnson being able to get the job done one-on-one with Diggs in the slot. And like you said, it's not like Christian Benford moves into the slot. And so I am fascinated to find out, because that's kind of the matchup that you're concerned about, partly because you know that the Patriots are going to want to spam that a little bit, but also that this has kind of been an issue. And Taron Johnson's not been good in coverage this year. He's not been good against the run either, and this is an issue. And how do you overcome that? Well, I guess you would say, well, put a different player on him. Well, okay, these are players that aren't repped in those spots. The spacing is different. It's difficult. And so that's a tough one for them to figure out. But I do have great concern about Taron Johnson or Cam Lewis on Diggs in the slot and the challenges that create for the Bills defense. I like the rest of the matchups, but how they deal with that one is going to be a big question mark.
Tailgate Trivia is back, presented by Total Sports Enterprises Buff.
Time for the fantastic four-way parlay. Falcons and Bucks tonight. Nate Geary has popped in for Joe DiBiase today. We're putting it together. So, here we go. The fantastic four-way parlay. I'm reconsidering mine because Drake.
Here we go.
Well, Drake London's out, and who is Kirk Cousins going to throw to?
Kyle Pitts.
Yeah.
Isn't he questionable?
The last 2 weeks,
He's thrown to
6
Kyle
catches.
Pitts.
Yeah, last 2 weeks, Kyle Pitts has been good.
Okay. All right, anyway, let's do it. Fantastic four-way parlay. I'm a sucker. I'm going Kirk Cousins over on passing yards. It's 206.
Rat
Oh,
line.
okay.
206.
Rat line. That's what that is.
Go for it.
What does that mean?
It's just I think it's a trick. It's all a ruse. Somehow
He's going to go under that?
I think it's the Vegas magic.
He might.
He's going to throw for 175.
Last year, he swept the Bucks. In one game, he had 500 yards last season against the Bucks. So I think Tampa's going to get their points in this game, and Atlanta's going to be chasing a little bit. I can't get 206 yards from Kirk Cousins.
That's such a...
It would be really disappointing if not.
So against my better judgment, I'm going over 206.5 on Kirk Cousins.
All right. As we know, Mike Evans is returning.
Yes.
I'm gonna go back to the alts because I killed the parlay single-handedly last night going away from it.
Alt Joe went away from the alts, and we lost as a result.
We did. Mike Evans, 5+ receptions, alt receptions. Charge this up a little bit. Why not?
Plus 225 for that.
You wonder if they will, like if Evans is fully healthy, he's probably not going to get his 1,000 yards, right? Like he's got 1,000 yards in however many seasons in a row. This year, let me find his 2025 numbers. I think he needs to average like 180 a game.
It's going to be really hard.
Yeah.
It's going to be really hard. But they might try.
Would they try?
They might.
Right, would they
They
try?
might start tonight.
If he's healthy.
I think 5 out of the gate. 6, right? Is it 4.5? So it's got to be 5?
Yeah.
Plus 4.5. It's a lot for game 1, but we'll see. The passing offense is needed an injection of something.
sure.
So
5 catches for Mike Evans, you say?
Okay.
His last couple games before he got hurt, I mean, he missed most of the season here. He needs like 400 yards per game. He had 5, 5, 4, and then 0 against the Lions back on October 20th. I didn't realize he's only played 4 games this year, Mike Evans.
Yeah.
Yep.
He got
Yeah, I
injured
guess
early.
he crunched that collarbone.
and then he came back and then
Got hurt.
went back out. Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
So his total for yards on the season is 140.
Whoa.
I can't rule it out.
That's going to be tough.
I don't think the 1,000 is going to happen for him.
It's going to be tough. All right, I am going to stick. I picked the Chargers just on the money line last week, and I actually hit a pick in the parlay. So I'm going to stick with picking a team, but I'm going to take a spread here, and I'm going to take the Bucks to cover.
I like that.
-4.5. They're kind of due. This is a big game for them. I think Atlanta's not good. I still don't understand how the Bills lost to that team, and I think that Baker Mayfield and the Bucks can handle business tonight, especially with Evans coming back.
Yeah, they have to win with where they're at with the Panthers right now.
Right. They're fighting for their lives, and I think Atlanta's kind of whatever.
Atlanta, -4.5. Mike Evans, 5 catches. Cousins over 206.5. Mr. Nate Geary, close it out.
I am going with a Tyler Algier anytime touchdown.
Okay.
Gotcha. All right.
He's been like a touchdown merchant this year, right?
He's got 8 touchdowns this season. He right now is essentially averaging a touchdown every other week. He didn't score last week. And if you look at he gets double-digit carries every other week. He's the true boomer bust candidate. And as a heavy Bijan Robinson fantasy owner, I can tell you he's one of the most maddening players in the league. So, yeah.
So this is kind of
anytime.
like an emotional hedge for you.
A little bit.
So you're not going to get mad when Bijan gets sharked. You're going to be happy because you got Algier.
Well, I also will be playing Algier in a league.
Oh, okay.
This week as well, as a touchdown merchant. Yes.
Heavy on the Algier.
And honestly, like the number's not that high. It's plus like 210.
Bijan and Algier. It's like they've got the most beautiful running back.
Truly,
room.
yeah.
All right.
It's like a haiku.
The Bills,
their name.
The Bills lost to the Falcons this year.
That is still mind-boggling.
And let me ask you this. Is that the best that any team has looked in any game all year?
Atlanta?
Atlanta.
They look pretty good.
Offensively.
They lost their starting quarterback who's iffy. They lost Drake London for, they believe this is his 4th game. He's got a PCL.
Mm-hmm.
And this is his 4th game that he's missed. For those of you that have him in fantasy football, this has been a very difficult time. You can't just cover Drake London. His production was awesome all year.
So good.
Yeah.
Do you guys want a wide receiver train update on the upcoming draft class?
So funny you mentioned this because unfortunately, I do feel sometimes we need to figure out how to get outtakes on this show because during a break today, Jeremy started pulling up highlights of wide receivers on his laptop, which I feel like shouldn't surprise anybody.
No.
But he's like, Nate, check this out. Check this out, dude.
You say pulling up highlights. There's one window that's always just running wide receiver highlights.
It's a 24-hour
I just click the window.
It's like, Nate, who do you want? Let me tell you why. I got 3 guys right now. First one, check out this highlight from week 2 against Mississippi State.
If you must know out there I was showing Nate Chris Brazzell.
Yes. Tennessee receiver.
Chris Brazzell, Tennessee receiver who runs down the field and catches deep balls. And anyway, he's not who the update is on the wide receiver train in the upcoming draft. To me, this is not quite memories of Jamison Williams, but Louisville, Chris Bell tore his ACL on November 22nd in their game against SMU. And he had a first-round grade. Chris Bell is a 6'2", 220-pound physical receiver and clean ACL tear, surgery with Dr. Dan Cooper in Dallas. You know, of course, Dr.
Of course.
Yeah, right.
Acclaimed.
This is from Adam Schefter. So anyway, what will this do to Chris Bell? He was a first-round pick. Now he's not going to do any of the combine stuff probably, right? He's going to miss all that. So what was Jamison Williams? Jamison Williams was stud receiver, tore his ACL. Could we see this guy drift? I mean, if you want to go far enough back to the wide receiver train's origins, it started hoping Jamison Williams would make it to the Bills, which he didn't. The Lions took him at, was it 11th or let me double check where he got drafted. The Lions took him and, waited for him to get healthy, and that was that. 12th overall. I was sitting here hoping Jamison Williams made it to 26.
Yeah.
And he went 12th. So Chris Bell, listen, I'm not at the stage yet where I'm picking which guy I do want the Bills to get. The Super Bowl champion Bills, when they're ready to add to defend their crown, of course.
Sure.
We will still be, of course, driving that train. I haven't yet aligned with who it's going to be. I don't know if Chris Bell would have been it, but anyway, torn ACL, and his draft stock will, of course, plummet.
Quick note, I mentioned, Kyle Pitts, maybe he's the guy that gets the targets and catches tonight. The last 2 weeks with Drake London out of the lineup, 18 targets, 13 catches.
Okay.
Yeah, 170-something yards. Yeah, he's been 8 targets, 7 catches, 82 against the Jets, and then last week against Seattle. Probably the best defense in football. 10 targets, 6 catches, 90 yards. So
he has been limited in practice.
He has, but he will be playing. He will be playing.
He will.
He will be playing. Yeah.
You sure about that?
That's what Sleeper says. He's questionable, but he was limited all week in practice and is expected to play.
Very good. Got a call in here on Notre Dame. Curtis in Niagara Falls. Hey, Curtis.
Hey, what's up, guys? Like I was telling the screen, I don't want to get the heat back up that was in the studio this morning. But when you guys talking about that, I started thinking, it's an amplification of, when players just started skipping the last game, whether it was a bowl game or not, because of their draft status. And I think of Christian McCaffrey. And then, oh, my God, who was the defensive lineman? I think the Texans took him.
Clowney.
Then they just started doing that.
Yep.
Clowning, right. And then he really didn't do too much after that.
To this point, Curtis, I've got no problem with players skipping bowl games because of their personal future. No problem at all. College football teams have 600 people on them. When you skip, somebody else goes into your spot. That's where the problem I have is with these teams like Notre Dame who've just decided that everybody's going to skip. The leaders on the team said we're all skipping. Why don't you just leave? Why don't you just skip? For me, Marcus Freeman accepting that answer, I think it's bogus. I think it's bogus for any of these teams to skip. You got
players. Not how dynamics.
You got players that would play. Call up the walk-ons.
Yeah, but then I guess I don't really understand the point of playing then. If you're going to be playing walk-ons, what's the point? The love of the game.
You play to win the game.
Yeah. It's like, hey, you want to play in the Consolation Bowl? No, not really. Don't really want to play in the Consolation Bowl. When bowl games mattered, when there was a Rose Bowl that was like an actual Rose Bowl or whatever it was, like those games like still had juice. But a Consolation Pop-Tarts Bowl, I don't know.
Well, one thing that to me is a borderline indisputable reality. The more you make it about your playoff, the less your regular season matters. Like that's without a doubt. Like that's how it works, right?
Well, I think in this case, it's the less that conference championships matter.
Nothing matters. The college football season does not matter because what is the playoff other than confirming your priors? Every one of these programs that's ranked in the top 10 plays their season. It does not matter what 2 games they lose. They either had good losses
or had bad losses.
Or had good wins.
Yep.
And the committee just says, like, all right, remember those teams who ranked at the top 10 earlier? Everybody but Clemson, who lost like 10 games, gets to go in. Like, okay? Texas loses, and Sark's like, it'd be a disservice if we're not in there. Like,
Right.
Get out.
Right.
Go away.
Yes.
Why are we letting James Madison in? It's terrible. I think
do
the whole thing
think
is awful.
A little of it, too. I will say 3/4 of it is because, from the player's perspective, not wanting to play the game. There is also a quarter piece to this, which is an absolute middle finger to ESPN for they were like, we're not going to play in a game or you're going to make money on us. It's definitely part of it. And that is on the AD and the coach. I will say that. But if the players don't want to play in it and it's a universal thing, I don't know what Marcus Freeman's gaining by overriding the players on his team and making them play that game.
He's teaching them that they have a responsibility.
I think that
responsibility
trying to teach these current day college athletes in the NIL era responsibility, I don't know.
All right.
Doesn't really
is
feel...
he a leader of men or not? If he is,
I believe.
If he is, then let's go.
I believe you can view leadership in different ways. I think allowing players to decide their fate feels a little like the right move for me.
That's stealing one of my lines. Leadership's in the eye of the beholder. You stole it, and
Truly.
it's a good point.
Oh, somebody on the phone?
Yeah, Howard Simon. Hey, Howard.
This is the segment about Notre Dame and the CFP, right? We're doing a preview?
No, we're not, Howard.
No, we're
Sorry.
not doing that. Listen,
Syracuse? Is it Syracuse?
All we want to do is whenever something happens to make you mad about the Mets, people are going to want to hear it. Yesterday, the news came that Pete Alonzo signed a huge contract. When I first saw it, I thought for some reason it said the Dodgers, and I'm like, oh, I guess that makes sense. They sign everybody. And then I saw it was the Orioles, and what's the deal? Like Pete Alonzo's off to the Orioles, the polar bear, your guy? How mad are you? How sad are you? People want to hear it.
It's really nice of you to call me up right after this. It's very kind and compassionate of you.
Let's get instant reaction here.
Don't throw me under the bus. I said don't call Grandpa is what I said.
Oh, that's instant reaction. Are we in delay right now?
No,
live. Yeah.
You might want to have your finger on the dump button. My instant reaction. I'm not shocked. I knew it was coming. Quite honestly. With both those guys, the minute Alonzo, if you go back to last year, the minute they signed Alonzo to a 1-year deal, I think the writing was on the wall. They obviously didn't want to give him term and or money that he got. And when he opted out at the end of the season, I thought he's gone. I was a little more surprised on Diaz, because it wasn't as bad a contract as Alonzo's. Obviously, it wasn't 5 years, whatever Pete got, $150-something million. So I was a little surprised at Diaz. But again, when they signed Devin Williams recently, remember the guy who's running the Mets used to run the Brewers, David Stearns. When he had Devin Williams, he was one of the best closers in baseball when he was in Milwaukee. He went and kind of threw up all over himself with the Yankees last year. But the minute they signed him, I thought, okay, this is the beginning of the goodbye Diaz. He's going to go somewhere else. Alonzo, I wasn't. So I'm really not surprised at either guy. But it's just distressing because as a Met fan, for a couple years there, we were living in the, hey, look, we're a big market team that's operating like a big market team now. And, it just doesn't feel that way right now.
This is all too measured and mature. I was looking for much more
unhinged.
Anger. Really disappointing us here.
But as I said when I defended you, Howard, I said he is in his advanced age, he's become very mellow. Like he's lost his fastball,
No, I can still get angry. I just, like I said, you could see the writing on the wall with both of these guys. It's not a shock. Nimmo getting traded was not a shock. I mean, I'm guessing, honestly, if you guys, the thing that makes me angry is that the Mets are operating in the offseason as if they didn't watch their starting pitching last year. Like their starting pitching was why they missed the playoffs. It's why the season collapsed. It's disgustingly bad. And yet they spent the trade deadline and the last offseason constantly bringing in relief pitchers. So that's the part that makes me angry. I don't think they watch their own baseball games. So that bothers me. So I don't really have high hopes for next season because they haven't made the team better at this point. I'm also not going to panic. They got the rest of the offseason, but I think the way they're looking at this offseason, to me, they're missing out on the obvious biggest problem to fix. They're relying on 3 rookies to be their aces collectively next season. I think it's a really bad idea. I think they're going to be in trouble next season unless they do some things with the starting pitching staff. But it's the Mets, Jeremy. When you tweeted out someone check on me, I've been a fan for 50 plus years of this team. This is largely what being a Mets fan is like. So you do kind of get numbed after a while, and it's kind of hard as a Mets fan to be shocked in an off season.
All right.
But it sucks. I mean, I love Alonzo. I mean, he's just so much fun to watch. I'll tell you what, the Dodgers had better not use that walk-up music for Diaz. That is
that's gonna hurt. Yeah.
That is not. If they play that, I mean, I'm going to be really ticked off. I miss the walk-up music.
The funniest troll I saw was that the Dodgers had signed Mr. Met.
I saw that. Yes. I have a guy, a friend of mine. Well, he's no longer a friend of mine, but he's a Phillies fan, and he sent me that picture.
Yeah, you see that, Nate? Mr. Met, but in Dodgers gear.
Oh,
beautiful.
Yeah, that's
the Dodgers have signed Mr. Met.
That's wrong.
A contract,
an all-timer.
You'd think. I mean, I'm a nice guy, right? I haven't been a jerk in my life.
Yet. Conflicting reports. Conflicting reports.
Wow. And then you get times like this, and you get your friends, Jeremy, who like to pile on and increase your pain. So thank you very much.
Howard, there's like 3 things that people like on this show. It's you ranting, you revealing you've never had a fruit, and I don't even know what the third one is. So anyway.
I had a blueberry muffin this morning. Does that count as eating fruit?
Was it the first time you've ever had a blueberry?
No,
but a muffin, yes.
Not a blueberry muffin, yeah, but blueberries without the muffin.
Okay.
Can I just say this, Howard?
The blueberry muffin, you liked the blueberry muffin. This is the vehicle with which we think you should try apple pie.
No, I don't think I'd like it.
All right.
I just want to say one thing. As a Royals fan, I would never, ever want you to feel any more pain than you already have.
Somehow I think that's a dig, not compassion, but that's okay.
Thank you, Howard.
You're pointing out my pain as a Mets fan. Hey, guys, I'm here for your enjoyment, and anytime you want to call me and make fun of me, just let me know.
That's the plan. Thanks, Howard.
Love you guys.
All right, The Mets lost Pete Alonzo, the polar bear himself. Yeah. When we get back, yesterday I learned something about the NFL weekly offensive and defensive players. Turns out there's protocols that cannot be violated. I'll tell you about that. Can I ask everyone? Can we do 2 things at one time?
I think it's possible.
We're gonna do 2 things at one time. Okay, ready? And one thing we're gonna do is appreciate the Bills are awesome. Josh Allen's awesome. They make life fun. We love the Bills. They're successful. Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott win together all the time with Josh Allen. They put together a good franchise, top-class franchise in the NFL, and they could win the Super Bowl in the right scenario this year. They might be favorites to make it out of the AFC. They got a big game this weekend. Life's good. Things are good. Can we do something else over here in column B? Or
Sure.
Second
on each shoulder.
Yeah.
Sure.
So we're doing two things. That's number one. Number two is, do the coach and the GM speak to each other?
It's a fair question.
It's kind of funny.
It's a fair question.
If there is, I don't have it. All right.
They typically speak together once at the end of the season.
Okay, that's definitely together and not separate.
I don't remember last year, but I do remember and the draft.
I don't know how often they really are ever see. They do their own media tours. They're here and here and here and here. It's just kind of funny. Like, it's just this.
Yeah.
One thing I like to do about McDermott and Bean, who I think have both done a pretty good job over their tenure here with the Bills. The number of Bills fans that think that the GM just does whatever the coach wants. Because I don't know if they're just mad at the coach for 13 seconds for a while ago. If you're still mad about that, I understand. Plenty of people still are. There are a lot of people that are mad at McDermott, and they just think that every mistake the organization makes
is his fault,
or every misstep is because he told Brandon Beane to do that. Like, he's the reason they drafted all defense this year. He's the reason, X, Y, Z. And I don't think that is correct. I think in a very non-controversial way, I'm just saying as kind of plainly as I can, do they work together on things? Sure. Sean McDermott has kind of laid out the process of the draft, and then he calls the draft Brandon Beane's hit. That's his stage.
Yeah.
Like, that's what he does. They would, of course, consult and work together and I like this player, I like this guy's man. But the GM GMs and the coach coaches.
Yep.
And the
separation of powers.
Right. And the whether or not they agree on everything, I wouldn't expect every coach and every GM around the NFL to agree on everything. I think there would be a normal amount of, I like this, we should do this. We've seen and heard reports of McDermott and people on his own staff disagreeing, right? Brian Dable famously and McDermott clashed or whatever. So I'm not really here to say anything other than they each do their own job. Last time they played, Drake May threw the ball to Stefon Diggs 12 times, and the next most targeted receiver, Kayshon Boutte, had 3. Hunter Henry had 4. In terms of how they're going to defend these weapons, Joe, do you have an idea of how they might do it? Like Christian Benford, he doesn't go to the slot that much. I don't feel like he's going to go on Diggs. Is Benford on Kayshon Boutte and you're going to take your chances with Taron Johnson covering Stefon Diggs? Like, you got Max Hairston, who you did not have in the first matchup. They've got their options, of course. I just don't think it'll be the same kind of 12 targets for Diggs game plan, even from New England.
Probably not, but I mean, I don't think anyone has a whole lot of confidence in Taron Johnson being able to get the job done one-on-one with Diggs in the slot. And like you said, it's not like Christian Benford moves into the slot. And so I am fascinated to find out, because that's kind of the matchup that you're concerned about, partly because that the Patriots are going to want to spam that a little bit, but also that this has kind of been an issue. And Taron Johnson's not been good in coverage this year. He's not been good against the run either, and this is an issue. And how do you overcome that? Well, I guess you would say, well, put a different player on him. Well, okay, these are players that aren't repped in those spots. The spacing is different. It's difficult. And so that's a tough one for them to figure out. But I do have great concern about Taron Johnson or Cam Lewis on Diggs in the slot and the challenges that create for the Bills defense. I like the rest of the matchups, but how they deal with that one is going to be a big question mark.
Would you look at that? We talked to Howard, and we're late. It's his fault, always. Nate, thanks for coming in today. Sabres in Vancouver tonight. Tick, tick.